Ooh. Yo, whoa. What did I just move? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to this day, Sunday. Today, that's the day. It's Sunday. Bongo, congratulations on first. Why? I don't know what the heck I just moved. I moved some screen. And I don't know which one. Probably not good. I guess I'll find out. Uki, congratulations on second. Howdy, Vongo. What screen did I... hang on, I gotta go through every single one of these panels here. Those were all locked. So what did I move? Oh, maybe I moved you? No. You? No. Heat map. That's what I moved. Okay, we're good now. Moving back into my room. Nice. Wait, you're just now? Oh my lord. Boo. Mr. Enigma, what do you mean boo? Boo. May the 4th be with everyone. Except Kathleen Kennedy. Oh, that's right. I don't have anything to wear. Ah, boo like a ghost boo. Oh, I was terrified. Oh no, whatever shall I do? So what we're doing today is we are making, also hi CEO of Free Fart Studios. That's not it, Vongo. That's not it. You don't have a lightsaber? No. I'm not cool enough. Or anything Star Wars themed? No, I don't. I used to have some Lego Star Wars. Like the Star Destroyer. I made that once. Oh, 15 push-ups. Why? Jiggle Jam is now open to all game engines. Boom. And then let's pin that real quick. There we go. Bam. Jiggle Jam. 17 days. Don't get mad at me, but I think Star Wars is bad and should have ended at the original movies. Oh. Dang. Vongo, I would be careful. I don't personally mind, but I will say those words could get you beat up somewhere. They could indeed. 15. And then we can get to game dev. I'm gonna have to disable those, I think, pretty soon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Alright, now we can get to work. So what I was doing this morning is I was doing an outrageous, and I mean outrageous amount of studying. Outrageous. Basically, H-Hives. You call me a disease? What did you just say? Lego Star Wars was good. Okay, so what we got to do is we're making an auto battler, or I should say more akin to AutoChess, but we want to make it more simplistic. Mr. Enigma, congratulations on third. Like, much more simplistic. And that's about it. So I think first thing we need to do is fix our camera angle, because I don't like it. Why am I unable to move? What is going on? Focus on more. Thank you for that. What? Am I going crazy? Where is my... Am I not viewing a gizmo? What? View origin, view grid. They're not there. Are you pressing G? No. You see what I'm looking at? The little thing's not there. That's super weird. Huh? That's why I was like, wait, why is this not working? But it moves. Did I turn something off? What's the giggle ham? The jiggle jam. The jiggle jam. It's the most highly anticipated jam of probably our lifetime. Probably our lifetime. I left something on the desk and bug like it. What? Get rid of the desk bugs. Wait, Vongo, are you just getting into your room for the first time of like after a week? That's a little absurd. Say it's not so. Yeah, it's just not. There must be an editor setting. Because I think this is. Oh, that's why. This is the project that Ironic sent that we added onto. And I have a feeling Ironic turns off weird features. Manage editor features? No. Project? Tools? Orphan? Howdy, North Pole. Debug? Synchronize scene changes. Those are fine. Customize run instance? No. Howdy, HAVs. Huh? What up, Conrad? Dropping in to lurk? Appreciate it. Visible navigation? Is that a thing? No, because that's for nav mesh. That's for like a nav mesh stuff. We don't have a gold command HAVs. What is that thing called? Godot Gizmo hidden? Is it a gizmo? Editor viewport? Manipulator? Covino, what did you do? I don't know. View? Gizmos. And maybe we need to hit, path? Marker? Joint? Decal? Camera? No, that hides them. They're all showing. What? What up, Fox? What up, Redacted? How you doing? Covino, Breaking Godot in 4K, Ultra HD, PS5, Sony, Xbox 360, Nintendo HD, Mega HD, Super HD. Something like that. Why can we not? Howdy, Medusa. Am I going crazy? Screen wide? Huh? I can't move anything. Or like, I can move them, but I don't see how to move them. No. What does this do? Use local space? Camera? Maybe it's in here? Yeah, view gizmos is checked. Locked in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Calculator compatible. Focus origin selected. Okay, well, I guess we are just gonna deal without it. And just guesstimate a bunch of times. Huh. Very strange. Anyways, we got to fix the camera angle. Camera angle, camera position. So we just have to guess where everything is. Oh, that's not the right thing. That's a rotate. That's up and down. So we want it to come down. Oh, that's not right. Over. This is no. Gizmos. We have the camera. Wait. Half full. I think I'm going crazy. I'm definitely going crazy. Okay, whatever. We just keep sending it. So we need to move it. Yo, this is unworkable though. I can't move it. I hate this. I hate this so much. What about the other scenes? Can I do stuff in those? No. Huh. Sammy, fix this. Oh wait, look, it's here. Wait, what? But it's not here. What? Make this make sense, please. Why? What is going on? Hey, me Corey, how you doing? I fixed it. But then we come to here, and it's just not showing. Okay. I guess we just free move the camera. I asked ChatGPT, it said in view menu, navigate to gizmos, and confirm that transform gizmo is checked. We don't even have a transform gizmo. It's not here. Maybe it's in this? It's alphabetical, S, and then it goes straight to V. But all of these are checked. What the heck's going on? We're starting this day off in a very lost. All right, so we have the camera selected. The camera is selected. We press Q, W, E. None of those work. Project, reload. We'll do it again. For what's the part where it's her problem? Well, she asked what you doing. It's still not there. No haircut. No iHeart raid. Now this. How was I supposed to raid you, iHeart? I was what? Close the specific scene, reopen it. No, I was going to raid you. Oh, why didn't you? What the heck? What the hey? Oh, because you ended early too. Fight. But you weren't on yet. That's true. You ended about an hour too early. Probably for the better though, because it's still not fixed. What is going on? Let's reopen Godot. If we return to a state of calm, often logic takes a back seat and intuition finds the way. There ain't no intuition over here that's gonna find the way. Tell you what. I was like, when you getting on? Vonga was like, don't bother. Shiz ain't working today. Wait, what? Vongo said that? Vongo said that? All right, Vongo. At Vongo. And we'll say 1 million. There you go, Vongo. I will make sure his game never sees the light of day. Vongo said that? Vongo, what do you have to say for yourself? I'm not doing that. I never said that. I believe you, Vongo. Don't worry. Unlike others, Vongo deleted. Not message deleted, Vongo deleted. All right, why are we not seeing the thing? We closed it. We reopened it. We're not seeing it anywhere on anything. But then, oh wait, there it is. What? I'm so confused. Yeah, me too. Did anyone just see what? Bugs happen. That's a wild bug. Wild bug. All right, anywho. We want to fix the camera. That's the whole purpose we were messing with this. Wasn't looking? Can you do it again? I don't know how it happened, but this little gizmo was not showing up. No matter what we did, the gizmo did not show up at all. Made no sense. And then randomly it just appears again. Okay, so we want to fix the viewport. Oh, you need that one. Well, that's the thing, is you could move it still, but you just had to guess where the arrows were. Very strange. Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to get a solid camera angle that is going to give us a view of the board without stretching the board too much. Because basically, what we're doing is we are going after an AutoChess type deal. That's the goal. Something like this, where it's AutoChess. So something TFT inspired.
Sound like you? Not me. In a relationship.
We're not seeing the thing.
It could still be you.
We closed it. We reopened it. Yeah, we're not seeing it anywhere. It's so weird. And then it just appeared. There it is. It's like we opened up the user interface and then it started working. I don't understand. Anywho, what I want to do is do a TFT inspired grid placement. Inspired because we don't want to make it as complex. So what I did this morning is I tried out TFT because I haven't played TFT since it first came out. And not to toot my own horn or anything, but being the pro gamer that I am, I came in first place all 4 or 5 times I played. So I'm a pro, but that's besides the point. I was mostly checking to see how everything interacts while playing, and then seeing so I played the first round or two, I played with my brain off. So then that way I could get the showcase of like how the game actually feels and what it feels like to be a new player within the game. And I will say it failed the brain off test. That's for sure. For sure. I jumped in and I was like, what the heck is going on right now? I was just slapping things down, and then all of a sudden I see them light up and I go, oh, okay, match that, do this. It was weird. It's been a week trying to fix a head bob script. I put it as equal to instead of equals. Ooh. Ooh. What can we do now instead of potential self-depreciation? A little self-depreciation isn't bad. Okay, so from what I can tell from the clip, it was definitely bugged, and having the scene view from 2D to 3D fixed it. Reloadable 3D view? I don't know why restarting wouldn't work. Yeah, made no sense. Made no sense. TFT is super hard now, even after you learn it. They change the meta every month. Yeah, a mixture of meta changes and all that. A true pro doesn't know they're a pro, but the becoming pro pretends to think that they're a pro. That's not true, but I appreciate the wisdom. And I can tell you it's not true because I've played with many pros in a game, in specifically WoW Arena, and they, like, when you hit a certain level, like, you know you're good. But you don't, the thing is, knowing you're good and saying you're good are two very different things. I was also saying this as a joke, obviously. It was a year or two ago, last I tried. So when I played TF2, or TFT, not TF2, not Team Fortress, love that feeling, realizing you're good at a game, and like, you're him. It's not even that, it's like, you know you're good, but you know that you're better than most, but that doesn't change the base thought process of always blaming yourself for, like, always trying to take the, always saying, like, what could I do better, instead of like, oh, my teammates suck, I'm so good. That's not a real pro. Real pros know that they're good, but they still never let that influence how they perceive other people. So they take that in, they know that they're good, but they always try to work on what they're doing. Likewise, which is why I added, it's harder for me since just text, I can do a full read. I see. But don't apologize, you're set. You don't know what you don't know until you know, you know? I don't know. I don't. Okay, so this is the basic setup. They're using a hexagonal setup. I don't really mess up with hexagons. I'm more of a square myself. Oh, wait. That's not a hexagon. No, that is a hexagon. Never mind. Boring squares. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because we want to make this very basic. Very basic. I think you misunderstood me. Maybe you're confusing thinking with knowing. For example, you can think about what colors look like, or light if you're blind, but you'll never know light. I probably misunderstood. I have no idea. The complexity of hex is not to be taken lightly. That's why I'm not doing hexagons. I feel like a game like that calls for hexagon structures. I mean, yeah, but also what it seems like they're doing is, especially with the way that this is set up, is they just have a normal map. So your standard blendered out plane with some textures on it to add the fake height. But then what they do is they just they have their own separate, like, collision shapes that show up or highlight, and they lay those out on the map, probably through like a tool script or something, tool script with an array, lay them out, and then they go throughout the whole board area, boom, boom, and that's it. And then what they do is on the drag, you're dragging the character over, but then it just connects to the closest center point, I would assume. That's what it seems like. Knowing is more of a state of being in any intellectual involvement. That's why pros don't know they're pro when they're playing. They're not thinking, since it's a flow state of pure being. Love you all. Peaceful evening all. Indeed. Something like that. I mean, I would venture to say that pros do know that they're a pro, but they don't think about it, you know? Exactly. It shouldn't be hard. Yeah. So we're going to try to make this very basic. The other thing that added the complexity, but also kind of added the fun, was that in these auto battler things, they do have that that like revolving inventory state, so you can do an upgrade or you could re-roll. And then they have like all their little units and stuff within it. Can I just grab the UI as well? User interface. No, it's called UI database. UI, this one. Team fight tactics. Really? TFT. Really? League? Oh, they don't have it. Interesting. TFT UI. This is what I was looking for. So they have this thing, but I don't want to do that. Because remember, we're mixing this with a clicker. And so the thought is we instead are using the resources that we get from the clicker game. And those you're going to do to buy permanent little characters. Permanent characters. So then that way you can make your own builds. You can mess around with that. And the thing about it is that even if you buy the wrong units, because in this game, especially if you make it any sort of competition based, there's going to be a meta. If a game developer says there's no such thing as having a meta, I already know they're wrong, just from a gamer perspective. So we know that there's there's a meta. There will be a meta no matter what we do. Yeah, it's just natural. And so the idea is be able to take into account that there's going to be a meta and allow for players to kind of figure out their own way of getting it without locking like units behind. So for example, let's say that Warwick is super OP. Super OP. And let's say Varus, because there's two. Varus sucks. But you have two Varuses. Howdy, Grand Kitty. But you have these already purchased. I think what we do is we make it, because the clicker game, you can just go back into the clicker game and you can go earn some more money and then go buy yourself a Warwick. I think that's the approach we're going to take. Now, the big thing I want to avoid is like not locking, but giving people the opportunity to buy things like this Warwick for real money. I don't want to do that, because then that makes it a little bit more pay to win, or you pay not necessarily to win, but you're paying to quickly get it. And I feel like that's just not good. You mean the metagame within the match? Yeah, within the match. So like I said, we're doing an AutoChess type deal. And you get your little characters that you buy from doing the actual clicking game. So the whole gameplay loop, at least in my head, is this. You click, you get your doubloons. You can then, let's say we have 55 doubloons. You can then either buy a pirate ship and increase your clicks, or you could go to the battle market and purchase a pirate. Oh gosh? What do you mean, oh gosh? So we buy a pirate ship instead. This is gonna help generate us more of these doubloons. We keep going. We could do a little research. The throb when you click. What's wrong with it? Looks like you're hurting the building. It's kind of the intention. You're pillaging a village. You're pillaging the village. So that's the idea. And then from here, you go to the battle market, you buy your pirates, and then you can go to battle. And then you'll drag them out from the bar, place them, and then start the fight. Oh, gotcha. That works then. Yeah. Yeah. That's the full gameplay loop. And then the things that you win during this auto battle thing, the things you win are purely, well, of course, the flex of being on a leaderboard. The flex of being on a leaderboard. And then also, you can win like cosmetics and stuff. Mining incremental with auto battler. Yeah, exactly. Got the clicker side working fast. I mean, yeah, this is, so I got the clicker working in a different project. This one, Ironic sent, it's using just the Kenny assets to quickly build out a thing. And then Ironic also did the tweening and whatnot for the village clicks on top of all of that. It's like a squish tween and whatnot. Yeah. This was Ironic juiced it up. Ironic got it fast. No. I got the click. I did do a click all by myself. Okay. With the help of the chat. With the help of the team. Wait, scroll down. I want to see the tween. It's just a scale tween. That's it. And it scales at a weight of 0.1. Covino, today I learned the resize function for arrays in Godot. No more appending forever. Let's go. We are chat. We are FFS, indeed. How does he do all at once? That's actually a good question. Because usually you have to do a parallel. Because he's not doing them all at once. What's happening is it squishes down first. And then it does each moment of the squish. And it's 0.1. So it's just all that's changing are these vectors. So if we hit play on it, when he squishes it, it's running them sequentially. That's all that's happening. But it breaks. This does break if I click too fast. So if I'm jitter clicking right now, one, it's annoying to listen to, but two, it doesn't do the bounce. Interesting, he doesn't use a bounce. Yeah. So that's the... And then he's doing a hit signal. Interesting. Yeah, he's doing a hit signal. So what the goal is for today is we want to get this AutoChess thing going. And I think to start off with, we're going to do it very basic like. So we want to basically figure out, okay, once you buy a pirate, it then will go into your little action bar here. You summon it, you drag it out, put it wherever you want, and then there'll be a button to start the fight. So what this already needs is this is going to need a state or a state machine. And then what we'll do is we will be, because we don't want to go real-time multiplayer like TFT or most auto battlers, at least not yet. Instead, what we'll do is we will pick a we'll basically go into the leaderboard, use some math to pick someone who is near our range and fight them. And that's basically the setup. But then from the start, we'll probably just use we'll have a couple bot boards or something that will auto play their things. I've actually been thinking of how to make a multiplayer game that can last all day, where people can mix idle, incremental, and active gameplay, more board game focus and single world. This is revving up some brainstorm juices. Yeah, that's the intention of this game, is to be a idle, incremental, clicker type game, but you can, if you wanted to, you could play it all day. Yeah. Yeah, that's the idea. Now, one thing though that I'm not sure about is, will this auto battle be fun if you're not doing something in the moment. Because doing something in the moment, like in TFT, the thing you're doing in the moment is you are managing your resources. You're also managing, there's a bar over here with like equipment that you drag onto the characters. Isn't Jiggle Jam a kid cartoon? I don't think so. I've never heard of it. Jiggle Jam is the long-awaited, sought-after game jam hosted in 17 days. 17 days, Jiggle Jam. Is this game jam gonna have jiggle physics? It's all about the jiggle physics. All about jiggle physics. I accomplished the dishes. How does one accomplish dishes? Like, did you buy them? Did you break them? Did you clean them? You do 6 turns by yourself, and at the end of a day cycle. The Bazaar is an async auto battler. Your build is up against a build in the pool, and you just watch the battle unfold. Clean, of course. Oh, congratulations. Or maybe what we do is we do increase, or we do make it more active. That's gonna be a little bit tougher, but just saw my son just some minute ago watching Jiggle Jam on YouTube. Wait, that's a thing on YouTube? Jiggle Jam? I didn't know about that. Holy moly. What are we doing? Well, North Pole, we are planning out how exactly to do this auto battler chess thing. Better TM that real quick. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, I thought that was Snorlax. So what we could do is we could have this base game mechanic like all auto chess have. And then instead, your cards here, your team, are the ones that you purchase through the clicking. Maybe that's the play. So do we want to try to set an MVP goal of 2 weeks, 1 month, or releasable MVP? Yeah, it seems logical. I would think what is a releasable MVP? That means partnering with our clients to help create. But the question is, at what point do we stop prototyping and say this is a good idea? Or anything like that. So you can mix your income on things that farm income and things that fight for you. Right. So like, how do you know when an idea is good enough to start making it? Because of course we don't have the actual battler here. But at that point it's like, why don't we just make the game? Put it on itch and see if people like it. This is a good idea. This has potential. Because the way that it's actually going to work, because juice takes time. Oh, you're saying just don't juice it. Do all the mechanics, no juice. We'll use free assets, like the Kenny pack or whatever. And then juice. Juice is supposed to be at the end? Yes, it is. Right. Okay. So the reason why I'm like, oh, maybe we need to start a new project to do it is because one of the things we need to have is player data. We need player data that is going to carry over. Chill out. Player data that's going to carry over. And also it's going to have to sync using Godot Steam. I don't know how that's how a leaderboard syncs, and if we could sync a piece of player data, or like a dictionary, basically. Is the game playable without that? It could be. Yes. But the way we approach building this is going to be very different. I think this... Also think about the upgrades and the other elements of content. What's the minimum to use that is still representative? Well, the player data isn't for the MVP, right? I think it would have to be. Now, the MVP probably just won't have multiplayer functionality, and instead would just be a bot. And then you play against a select set of bot teams. And we'll just have them we'll have 3 bot teams, easy, medium, and hard, that will just randomly cycle or something very, very basic. What data? Leaderboard scores? Yeah. The end goal is no bots needed, correct. That's the end goal, but you're gonna need bots regardless. Because you never know if there's not enough people playing. Can't you fake some to start? Well, absolutely. You need to architect it with PvP in mind, even for MVP. So we just make fake player data then that would get sent through. But how? So I guess my question is, what is the... I thought you were making a single player game. My bad. It's mostly single player, but it has a slight multiplayer element to it. Like a very, very slight one. We don't want to have like a real-time update. We just want like a slight thing to it. It's asynchronous multiplayer, so competitor data can't be faked. Yeah. But then again, if we want to go with something like this, how do you fake that? You could still fake it. I can't see. What is that? Oh, this is TFT. It's basically AutoChess. And what the idea of this game is that you have your little set here, your little board that you can hold, your inventory, if you will. And then you buy these cards, they turn into a little character, and then you drag that character onto the board somewhere. And you can only hold a certain number per your level. All the client sees is a set that they'll play against. Right. Why can't you take that? What do you mean take? Fake. Oh, fake that. I'm just wondering like how. Because if it's like, let's say it's Covino versus iHeart. So iHeart has her bot team here. iHeart. Craft 2 or 3 battles. Everyone plays that. The data is a dictionary of minions, their positions, a username. What else? Like the purchasing of these guys. Right? Zoomer Boomer Tumor Cat. Thank you for the sub. We are doing an auto battler now. Is that what's going on? We take our multiplayer magic juice and condense it into this? I am all for it. Hey, nice. Yeah, we are, we're basically the live updated multiplayer is a little bit over scoped for my skill set right now. So we're trying to break it down to be a little bit less. I mean the opponent match data. Yeah, bro, run out of characters for a username. What? Oh, Zoomer Boomer Trimmer Cat? Nah. Let's see. I'm just thinking about how this gets faked. How? I did believe in your multiplayer skills. You were supposed to teach me. You were supposed to teach me. Was I now? Yeah, we're taking a step back. We're going to try doing some kind of asynchronous multiplayer. So the idea is if we face iHeart, for example, iHeart will have her general defense layout, maybe. And then we just throw them out, I guess. But you're thinking how it will get faked. You don't even know how it works when you don't fake it. That's well, I know how it works when you don't fake it. So how like this game works is you start off round 1. And then what happens is you use your coins to purchase a character. That character then goes into your inventory. From your inventory, you place them onto the field into a certain position. Pause. But I'm wondering if this is too complex. I don't think it would be. It's not too complex yet. Okay. This is where the complexity comes in. So, can I recommend drawing the steps out in Excalidraw? Wait, how are you thinking of doing it? Just a quick start. Click island, buy minion round start. Oh, yeah, I can draw it out real quick. Excalidraw. And then we'll just... where's the... Isn't there reset? Okay. Step 1. Boom. Click. Center that. Boom. Step 2. That's the wrong arrow. Step 2. You could either A... Let's do it this way, maybe. Like that. Boom. Buy more click stuff. Step 2, buy more click stuff. Round of what? The battler, yeah, the battler. Or...
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Boom. Buy auto battler troops, we'll say. Slash stuff. Slash stuff.
Was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side.
So click, buy more click stuff, or you could use those funds generated. So we'll say like, generated. Can you please stop YouTube ad? There we go. Clicks generated. What up, Creative Waste? And then from here, you would... Well, basically, this would loop back. Like so. And then you could go... to here, and then do AutoChess battle thing. Oh, that was your ad? I was going crazy. Yeah, no, this was the ad from YouTube. AutoChess battle thing, which then comes up and says, earn cosmetics, earn cosmetics, or climb ladder. Actually, I should do it this way. And then last arrow goes back. Boom. That's the game. Right there. Can you imagine CPU integrated ads? If anyone wants to research, Dota, Underlords, AutoChess, Riot, Teams Fight Tactics, or Skill Legends Royal are great examples of multiplayer auto battlers, all free to play and great fun. Yeah, exactly, Flakel. I was just playing TFT this morning to see how it goes. What up, Gamian? How you doing? Gamian, is it on Steam yet? How long can I click and purchase for? Is there a time limit? No time limit. No time limit. And then we'll say about 5 minutes per game. Something like that. Prestiges? Yes, there will be. So that's a part of the click. Like the click has the store that you buy more click stuff. You could also do, because of course it's an infinite auto clicker. So you would do like a prestiges. That's not how you spell it. Oh wow, I spelled that so poorly. Prestige. I can't. Prestige. I did it. I typed it right the first time. What? Prestiges. Prestige is right. Prestiges. Which then would reset clicker stuff. That's the idea. This is the entirety of the game. How long is the jam for? Solar Hound, glad you asked. The jam is for 4 days and 20 minutes. 4 days, 20 minutes. So confused, but I usually don't play auto-clicky games. Yeah, that's fair. Like, you can only battle within your prestige of clicker, and if you don't prestige, you read a plateau and buying power. I before E, except after C. That's true. Reach, I see. That happened with me in the word pause the other day. I could not spell the word correctly. The thing is I spelled the word correctly. I did. Wait, you didn't define what a game is, just said 5 minutes. Oh, you want to define it as well. Let's see. Let's bust it down. Boom. And then, how do we define this? Players use their purchased troops. Actually, let's do it this way. Before doing that. And then, what up, Boxy? Howdy, howdy. Players use troops to build a crew. So really, it should be this instead. Goes this. Oh, this instead comes over. This rotates. There we go. And then we go down. Boom. And then this guy zooped. Okay. So players use troops to build a crew, or it's kind of like a deck of cards kind of thing. And then, so similar to TFT, except you're building a deck-ish. And that deck, all that deck are these guys down here that you get like a sorted array of, basically. So then, using your crew. So wouldn't I just click for hours and hours and queue a match and out resource someone? Is the gameplay who clicked more outside the game? No. So the clicking has nothing to do with the like your auto battle stuff, really. The clicking, as you can see, is separate. So basically, you only use it to buy stuff. You're using the clicking to save up, so then you can purchase these troops to build a crew. Buy stuff for what? For the auto battle. All right, hang on. Let me break it down more. So you click, you get money, then you use money. This makes it sound, I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm trying to break it down as simple as possible. Not trying to like sound like I'm undermining anyone here. Click, get money. You can use money for either I say A and I write 1. Use money for either A, buying more click stuff. So the arrow goes back, which means we can then click more or like get more clicks. Think auto clicker. It's an auto clicker. B, you could also use the money to buy the auto battler stuff. So that is things like your crew, your deck of cards, basically. And then you use that. So once you click enough, you generate enough money, and you build up a big enough crew to your liking. You can then enter the battles. And then from the battles, you can earn more cosmetics, and those cosmetics go towards your clicking. Whew. Me, sets macro to click for every millisecond, 24 hours straight, by troops. Every troop known to man, that become an unstoppable wall. But that's the thing, is it's strategy based. The auto battle is more of a strategy based type thing. So you can't really, like, even if you do auto click, because we have to keep in mind people are going to auto click. Even if you do, that doesn't matter. I think it was because prestige isn't typically meant to be plural like that. Oh, maybe. Yeah, probably. But genres have made an alternative meaning of prestige that can be counted / pluralized. True. I assume Covino will set limits on what troops you can buy related to prestige, etc. Yeah, probably. So everyone essentially has all the resources and the clicking becomes irrelevant to the gameplay. No, the clicking is irrelevant to the auto to an extent. Think of it. No, that would get too confusing if I explained it that way. Basically, you click, you use the money generated to purchase your little crew members. And then it becomes irrelevant because you're in a separate mode. There's no skill in clicking outside of a gameplay loop. Right. Yeah, there's not meant to be. I do think the auto battler will take some time to create, depending on how strategic you want it. Yeah. I want to keep it simple, yet expandable, which is going to be the tough one. Does everyone understand the idea? Yeah, it's not irrelevant because you use the currency from clicking to determine how strong you are in the auto battler. Yeah. Yeah. But then again, that's where strategy comes into play too. Do you buy all basic things or what? Everyone is the same power level, making the clicking pointless. If everyone has clicked a bunch, right. If everyone has clicked like a bunch, then they are... Okay, I'm back. Explain again. I probably will be explaining it again, actually. Everyone is the same power level. But everyone's not the same power level. It all depends on what you buy for your crew and how that all like works together. Did you synergize your purchases, or did you buy all healers, for example? And if you're buying all healers, well, how are you going to do damage? You're just going to lose every single battle. I don't think I understand this game. Can I just buy everything? If you clicked enough, yeah, in theory. Yeah, if you click enough. Yeah. If you click enough, you could buy everything. But it still comes down to strategizing. Like, for example, the crew can only hold X number. Like, you can only have X number of crew mates. So you can only have a certain number of crewmates. That way it's not like you have all of them available to you. You'll only have like 10. So you can basically strategize and figure out how to do it. So after I've clicked a bunch and I have a horde of gold, do I ever need to click again? Covino, I know Python. I'm gonna write a auto clicker ASAP. I mean, Kyrover, you don't even need to write one. There's so many online. I think I have one. I mean, Medusa, the clicking itself. I actually have an auto clicker ready. Yeah, same. So what up, Void? This part, the buy more click stuff. That's like, think of the main game. The main game is an auto clicker. So you click, you click, you click. What are we clicking? We're clicking a village to pillage. Okay. I was missing that part. Yeah, that's the meta game, the base. Everything revolves around it. It's the clicking. What part? I'm in ads. Grand Kitty will never know. The balance is the exponential threshold of purchases. Manual clicks become obsolete. Potentially. Unless you buy some multiplier to your click. It's cookie clicker. Think cookie clicker. You're locked into progressive auto click purchases. You're not locked into it. You could. Yeah, that's where the whole cookie clicker thing comes in, where it's like you could upgrade your physical click, or you could upgrade your whatever auto click thing, click percentage, physical percentage, your auto, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the idea. Also, I've built a LAN multiplayer system with basic peer-to-peer. I'm trying to merge them. Ooh, exciting. By locked in, I mean, that's where the leveling comes into play, so that everyone isn't the highest level immediately. Yeah. Yeah. And what we could do on top of that is within this auto battle or troop stuff, kind of like what North Pole said, is we can lock certain troops behind prestiges. We could do that. That way you won't see them until you've been clicking for quite some time. But yeah, the whole idea is really buffing the click, because the main game is the clicker. And so how do you buff a clicker? Sounds dope. Very idle incremental. Yeah. It might be best just to keep them separate. Just got out of programming burnout. You just got out of programming burnout? I would say for past 2, not MVP. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is like how would we set this up? Yep, the Zatsu and ASMR helped a lot. The Zatsu. The what? Like the idea of playing a game, and as you play more, all of a sudden new content comes up. That's what makes incremental games so enticing, the new mechanics. Yeah. But yeah, not MVP. Prestige 1 is MVP. Right. So the big part that we got to figure out, because the idea about it is after a while, sometimes clicker games will tend to become more idle games where you're just ignoring it. So at this point, you can then move into the more like real thing, like you queue up and you do things. To buff a clicker, decrease in click interval, increase in points received from clicking. I mean, yeah. Unless you're doing a an auto clicker, if like the player has an auto clicker, and like I'm telling you guys now, like I'm gonna be using an auto clicker for sure. So we need to keep that in mind, that people will use an auto clicker. And we could limit the auto clickers by ensuring that a click will only go off every 0 point something seconds using a signal or something. Then we're set. Then we don't really have to worry too much. Okay. So the big difficult part is this AutoChess battle thing. We need to build AutoChess. So let's break AutoChess down. Using your crew, actually, let's say use your selected crew. There's going to be turns. So turn 1, not actually chess, right? No, not chess. Oxbot, if you've played TFT, very similar to TFT. If you don't manage auto clickers, you'll be DDoSed. Well, the clicking is happening locally. There's no That's not getting sent over the network at all. That would be absurd. Absolutely absurd. So it would basically be, we would have one leaderboard. We'd have two leaderboards, one for the highest amount of money generated, and one for the auto battle section, or the auto chess, like the rankings, if you will. No, I haven't, but that's okay. Oh. Basically, the idea here, you buy something using your funds, and then you place them, they go play their animations, they attack each other, bada bing, bada boom. That's a later problem. You have to worry about cheat checks on the server later. Yeah. Yeah. But this is the basic setup. Very simple. Why is there a Google there? Get rid of it. Okay. So let's figure this out. Turn 1 will be set gold increment.
Most deodorants are made with wax.
Then use gold to buy
Clear gel deodorant is wax-free and goes on clear.
crew member from
Sweat and odor protection.
selection.
Clear gel.
Software built to take you from clinical trial data chaos to total clarity.
Boom. Boom. Oops. Something like that. Is this making sense so far to everyone? So turn 1, set gold increment, use gold to buy crew member from selection, and then place member on board, and then we could even set an auto timer so the round automatically starts after a set period of time. Round starts in 20 seconds or something. But if you don't handle their clicks, then they can just mod the game and add 1 billion clicks to buy stuff. You can have them send a request every 5 seconds or so. They can mod the game and add 1 billion clicks. I think I see it. I've played auto battlers like Super Auto Pets and the Bazaar. Nothing on a grid like. Yeah. Think Super Battle Pets, or Super Auto Pets, whatever it was. I think it's Auto Pets. Think Super Auto Pets, except it's on a grid. And instead of going turn by turn, so instead of going boom, boom, it goes boom, boom. Super Auto Battle Pets. If it's async, you don't need to add timer complexity. See, that's the part that I'm not sure about. Is I don't know how it would work in async. I partially think that might ruin the fun. At least I'm not using the word async right. Define, is this 1v8 or 1v1? Is this just like TFT? That's probably a question I need to answer. That's actually a really good question. Is the fun of TFT partially derived from having a 1v8? Or is it the one-on-one encounters? I think it's the 1v8. I think it is the 1v8. You're not in the battle at the same time as your opponent. Have you had your V8 today? Gamian, I do not like V8 juice. I just don't. The fruit one's okay, the smoothie one. If it's 1v8, you cannot do async. So when they want to buy stuff, they'll be sending their number of coins, and they can just mod that part. Interesting. You explain. I thought I heard Chad joking about not understanding after you explained it 30 times. Oh. Shoot. So think... So let's say my user story is... I just clicked a bunch. I set up my auto-clicking. Yep. I farmed some coins. You then purchased a few characters. And you put them in your crew. And now I want to put them into the test. I hit start match. Yep. And you're giving, if it's 1v1 async, then you can grab someone's board from a pool. Right. But that's no longer auto chess. That's more, it's one fight, done. Yeah. I feel like that might be too boring though. Like you could grab someone's, you could even have like a pre-set up. So you set up your board with plopping your characters down. You hit fight. It gives you a random, someone else's random board. They fight and then boom, done. But that's a little too boring. What do you mean by 1v8? This. I feel like that's too boring. That's Super Auto Pets does now. That is what Super Auto Pets does. It is. At least it seems to be that way. Except Super Auto Pets. Maybe go with a boring one for MVP and add it later. But that's the thing. They're two very different mechanics. Very, very different mechanics. And that's why I'm like, shoot. Thing about those games is that they're short-lived meta-match loops. Yeah. But something like this or even Hearthstone Battlegrounds is that... So you're saying this would be multiplayer? Oh, code. Yeah. We're implementing some kind of multiplayer for sure. We want to do light multiplayer as possible, really. I mean, leaderboards, basic, simpleton, like multiplayer. And then we'll go to then like in a different game, we'll get a little bit more complex with it. I'm just wondering how complex this actually is. And could we, in theory, I mean, we could. We could fake this. And then if the game performs well, then we actually add real multiplayer to it. This is a learning experience. You want to do it in a reasonable time. You also want to take this fact into account. Yeah, for sure. I mean, every game's a learning experience. Didn't we just have a brain session like a few days ago on why we should not make a multiplayer game? It's a little bit of multiplayer. It's not like crazy multiplayer, you know? Vongo spitting facts. That's a first. Step at the Wix. Sorry. There we go. Huh. Are you ready for Godot Con? No, not at all, Ezra. Like, actually, no. I still gotta go get my hair cut. I gotta triple check my equipment because I didn't fix my camera yet and getting that going. I have a lot. Just finished packing. I need to test IRL tonight. Whew. It's gonna be rough. If you really want multiplayer in this game, I go for the smaller implementation first. All right, so we'll do the check based on a pool. All you're gonna do is we are disregarding this whole entity. This whole thing. Next game is the next GTA 5 online. No, North Pole. We're not doing GTA 5. We're not going to be making that anytime soon. No, no, no. Oh, shoot. It is supposed to thunderstorm. Oh, that's not good. That's going to suck. Anywho, so we're going to disregard all of this. And it's supposed to storm. Lucky. No, not Lucky Gaming. It's during Godot Con. So when we're streaming, when we're moving around, we're not gonna be able to go outside. I might have to wear jeans. I won't be able to wear short shorts. Being in a hot tub. I'm saying each game go with a bigger implementation multiplayer until you're ready for the beach game again. Ah, I see what you're saying. Wear a jean jacket. Don't be gross. What do I look like, Damien? Do I look like a college white girl? Is that what I look like to you? No. I'm a manly man. Yes, you do. Dang it, Plobby. No, no, no. Yes? No, you guys are all... Listen, you're all supposed to say no. You look like a manly man. That's what you are. I go, thank you. Flex. Focus homework. Thank you, Gamian. I just arrived in time to agree with chat. Hey, Jedum. What are we agreeing on? We were just agreeing about how beautiful I am. That's all. Okay. So we're gonna do the very basic. My cat doesn't like it when you do the deep voice. Really? That's funny. That Covino is a college girl. No. No. How about awesome jean jackets are for everyone? Gamian, do you wear a jean jacket? Is that what you wear? Look at this. I Google jean jacket. First person. Woman. Woman. There's a couple guys. All women. Should a 60-year-old wear a jean jacket? For women over 60. Sexist. Oh my god, you're the first person that popped up. Wait, what? You think I'm a beautiful blonde? Oh my lord. Anywho, work. So if you ain't head to toe in denim, should you be allowed should you allow to wear a mullet? You're a very beautiful girl. Aw, thank you. Of course not. I either wear a t-shirt corresponding to a video game or a game company, or a button-up shirt for more formal occasions. Ah. But gaming, you don't have your Freedom Forge Studios t-shirt. That's the premier one. I have a cowboy hat and boots. I just got the hat. Okay, so genist. Yes. Genist. Okay, so we're doing away with this, and we're just gonna say place your defenses basically. So place crew in defensive position. Gets added to pool, and then attack. My studio is 21 years old, and I don't even have a t-shirt yet. Wait, really? That's wild. Attack or queue up battle against other players' defensive positions. Defenses. Like that. Make one. You could make one. Okay. Let's use red, and we'll just say AutoChess might be over scoped for now. The shirts for FFS are a sunk cost, but you know, a sunk cost. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean? What are you trying to say, North Pole? They're a sunk cost. You're just a hater because you don't have one. That's what it is. Wait till you put one on, then you're like, whoa. This is a good shirt. Not this one. This is a crappy t-shirt I bought at Walmart. Because I was using it for painting and stuff. Actually, I was dressing up as the Wiggle. That's why I have this shirt. But that's besides the fact. Sure. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. All right, so this is the goal. This is what we're gonna do. We're going to do a defensive position, no fun auto battle chess thingy until we can get this base premise going. And then if it's good, we can go. Just go forth and make the auto battler. But we can't, because then we're just running into the exact same issue that we had for the lifeguard game of needing to have real-time updates. Not to be mean, but I think the hoodie is a tiny bit expensive. That's not mean at all, Vongo. It's premium, of course. So what are you doing? So what we're doing is we're gonna do a position. So we're doing place crew in a defensive position, and that gets added to a pool. And then when you hit battle, it's going to pair you up with a random one, and you basically just fight. You auto battle fight them. That's it. So auto battle fight defensive position. That's great. Is it great? I don't think it's very fun, but we shall see. I think it fits enough, or it fits in with the click. It's just not that competitive thing, and I like competition a lot. I am a big competition fan. But we're not there yet. So let's do this. Okay. Fits with the whole game. That's true. Okie dokie. So what we'll do is we will buy. You click. Is indeed a small implementation to begin with. Yeah. Okay. And then we do all that. And then that's it. Okay. Play this. First, the MVP anyways. Check if the game is fun in general. Yeah. So, to do this, we can summon the troops. Boom, boom, boom. I do think we need a better click and drag. I think it needs to be a free-floating click and drag. And then it snaps to a position. Because not having it free-floating, it just kind of removes that, like, good feeling. Let's do that for the camera angle. That's fine. Probably pull it back a little bit more. I'm just concerned about the size differentiation. You're gonna have tiles highlight on hover? Yes. But that's polish, yeah. You need to implement that first. Yeah. So we're gonna have to mess with the click and drag get that going. I think the click and drag is kind of fine right now. It's not, that's another polish type thing to make it feel good. We're just looking for base mechanics working. So let's get, you buy a pirate, and then that pirate gets added to your player data, and then you can set your formation. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to need probably an auto load, I would think. Just one. So we'll do a folder, auto loads, and then create new script. We're going to call this, do we need multiplayer manager? Probably. Yeah. Multiplayer manager. Because I assume you need some kind of multiplayer to connect to a leaderboard, right? We'll be connecting to leaderboard via Steam. Autoloads are the stuff the whole game can call from, right? Yes, Green Kitty. They are indeed. All right. Class name. Class name. Multiplayer manager. Extends a node. Let's make it into a scene just so it looks pretty. Boom. Boom. Bang. Bop. Pow. Save. Nice, I remembered. Do you have the project config pointed to that directory rather than having add each one manually? What do you mean by that? Do you have the project config pointed to that directory? I don't know what you mean by that. Project settings, whoopsies. Globals. Autoloads, grab the scene. Oh, why is that called node? Soggy ravioli. Gross. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Boom, 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 boom. Let's rename this. Rename. Multiplayer manager. There we go. Soggy ravioli with the prime too? Holy moly. That's the best way to come in. You rock in, drop the follow, drop the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. See, we need more people like Soggy Ravioli. That's what we need. Let's go here. Multiplayer manager, scene, open. Multiplayer manager, add. Must not collide with the because I did this already. Sorry, but I already have a sub. That's okay, iHeart. Appreciate the lurk, Vongo. See you in around 4 hours. Holy moly, what are you doing? Project settings. Multiplayer manager. Player manager. There we go. And then this extends the class name multiplayer manager. Oh, because I did the node and I need to do the other one first. Is it? Also just got back. What's the game idea? Basically, we're doing it about this old lady. And this old lady really likes really old lady, like super old. Couldn't kick it in the US of A. And so it's about how she, is it me? No. Wait, why would we? No. Why? Are you seeing similarities? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that you're old and wrinkly? That's not a very nice way to talk about yourself. Hides the autoload singleton. West Minnesota, born and raised. In the classroom is where she spent most of her days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing all cool. Shooting some spitballs on the inside of school. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started causing trouble in her neighborhood. She got beat up, and her mom got scared. I don't know where the rest of that goes. Let's try this one. Why can I not name the script multiplayer manager? Covino rap time, woohoo. I was moving with my auntie and uncle in Sweden. That doesn't have the same rhyme though. Okay, now I lurk. See you in 4 hours. Sounds good, Vongo. Let's do the scene.
With over 4,000 hotels worldwide,
But it's not gonna work.
To help you make the most of your getaway, wherever that is. Because the only thing better than a great playlist is a great trip. Life's the trip. Make the most of it at Best Western.
Hides an autoload
Book direct
singleton.
and save at bestwestern.com.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Class name multiplayer manager extends node. Okay, now you work. Save that. Project settings. And we need to do the script. By the script, I meant we need to do the node. Am I stupid? Don't answer that, actually. Why doesn't this work? Are you sure? No, I'm sure to not answer that. Yes. I was mid-typing a whole thing. Oh boy. Oh boy. Globals. Autoloads. The scene. Add. The script. Add. I hate this so much. I could have sworn I was able to have a class name on it so it looks pretty. Let's go to clicker prototype because we had the same issue. Chicken Chasers passed 100 wish lists yesterday. Let's go. Congratulations. Project settings. Do we have any autoloads in this? We do not. Where do I have an autoload? I have an autoload somewhere. Might be it's in lifeguard game. Project settings, globals. I don't have a global. Oh my lord. I just want one game with a global. Is that so difficult to ask? Glitch TV definitely doesn't have any. Trash scenario we know has a global. It has the multiplayer manager. Load. You got this. Good, Godot. Project settings. There it is. It is the GD. It's called multiplayer manager. And then we go to the GD. Oh, it doesn't have a class name. Weird. So I can't put a class name on it. Project settings. Multiplayer manager. Add. All right. You can just do. You class name right after? No, it won't let me. Watch. See? Oh, I have to do that on line 2? Why won't it do it on line 1? No, it doesn't work. It's whatever. It's dumb. It's fine. What? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't work. Hides an autoload singleton. Yes, indeed. Okay, so this whole thing, we need a delete all this nonsense. And we can say var player data as a dictionary. And the dictionary needs to contain what? Probably an ID of some sort. An int. And then another dictionary. I think so. That didn't work. Do I need to do square brackets for it? Like, are type dictionaries squared? They are. Interesting. Okay. So now we have it. Player data as an int and a dictionary. And we need to say, we need a var player info as a dictionary typed to a string and a thing. So we're not going to type this dictionary actually. Equals. Boom. Pow. Bop. Skip this ad.
Well, whatever it is, if it involves PDFs, Acrobat's got it.
It's not skipping. There we go. All right. And then player info is going to need what? It's... I guess we're just doing the auto battle stuff. So take into account single player. Whoa! You are already delving into multiplayer. No, not really. I'm just putting it in the multiplayer manager. Just thinking ahead, like we will need this, but not right now. So we'll do a crew and as a crew. You can ditch RPC and do a socket server out for this? No, probably not. Wait, I do it like this. So you're putting non-multiplayer stuff in the multiplayer manager? No. Shut up, Siri. No, I'm putting, this is multiplayer stuff, but we're not using it in multiplayer yet. This is stuff that you would use in multiplayer. So what we want is the crew with their positions, and that's going to be our data for the crew position stuff. And then we're going to have what we purchased. That's pretty much it. I think so. I think that's what we want. Or we do... What do we do, actually? So we do crew, and that will be a array of a crew member. Wouldn't you first set the system in place on how you'd move the peons? Well, we already have how to move them. We already are moving them. The interactions is what we're doing right now. So the specific interaction that we're working on is how to purchase and add that in. Purchase pirate. So purchase that and add that to your crew. That's the first step. So we could have an array of IDs, which means the crew needs to be a resource of ints. Oh. Apparently you can't type it. That's weird. That's very weird. What up, Yuri? How you doing? Crew as an array. So array of IDs. And then we'll do... Why is this the multiplayer manager not locally? Because this is for the player itself now. This is, yes, for the player itself, but it's going to be sent through multiplayer. So the idea is, yes, you have some of this data, you'll have this data locally, but when you connect to multiplayer, you're sending this data to multiplayer. So that's why it's in multiplayer. It's the same concept that we used before for the lifeguard game, where each player has their local data and then they send it out to each other. But in this case, you would be sending it out to the pool. Send it out to the pool. But we could just completely ignore this, even though I think this is the cleaner way of doing things, and just get it working. I don't necessarily want to do that, though. So yeah, I guess we do. Right? Crew. I mean, I don't know anything about multiplayer, so I'm just curious. Yeah, no. Maybe it is easier just to go about it purely single player for the MVP. Maybe that is the play. Delete. Project. So just because multiplayer part is encapsulated, right? But it probably still would make sense though to have an auto load, right? Dude, chill out. You are going to hurt yourself. My bearded dragon is literally leaping. I don't know if you guys can hear him. Leaping, like running up to the top of his rock and then just jumping off. Keep in mind that you want to represent the battles in a way that will be used in multiplayer later. Right. That's why I was making this multiplayer manager. I always thought in these types of situations, you'd code with multiplayer in mind, but only use the singleton afterwards to add the data in there. Leaping lizards. Something like that. As far as expecting a data object.
Nissan Rogue has been named a Consumer Guide Best Buy.
Wait. So was I correct in making the multiplayer manager and the data dictionary that's gonna hold everything now?
We're looking for adults 45 and under to be in our HPV vaccination ad. Sound like you?
Not me.
All right, let's
The
skip this.
interrelationship.
I'd work ground up personally. Can I chime? What do you mean? Of course you can. This is a backseating welcomed. Backseating is encouraged here. I almost feel like for the MVP, we just make it full single player. In that case, you're doing it all wrong. Thank you, bad cop. How do I do it right? Don't answer that, actually. Did you finish your speech? When I think of this, it makes me think of plug socket design of programming. iHeartGPT, could you explain it to me as if I am in 5th grade? It's made me laugh way harder than it should have. I made all the slides. Let's go. All right. Did you practice yet? Because perfect practice prevents piss poor performance, as they say. As my lacrosse coach used to say. And then he would yell at me. I just need to put words and images on them. So you didn't make the slides. Write the game so that you can swap either multiplayer or scripted in. Well, the slides are there. They're just empty. Oh my lord. All right, we're doing an auto load. We're doing single player. Are the titles in there? So character moves, Y, a command. Who says the command? Depends. All right, we're just doing game manager. No, we're gonna say player data. We're doing a player data GD. Boom. We're gonna hit up a node. Boom. We're gonna name the node player data. Boom. We're gonna hit add. Boom. Load it. Boom. Save it. Save. There we go. Project settings. And then player data. GD. Open. Add. Boom. Look at this beautiful slide. What does that mean? Mix real camera, virtual camera, 0.5. It's a slide. It's a slide. I almost finished the Endless Runner game, but I suck on Blender. I take almost one full day trying to make this single scene, but I get stuck because if a texture doesn't place correctly. So I just stop and send it on disk. Whew. Such beauty in a slide. Well, the idea is that you will say words while it's on the screen too, probably. That would make sense. Or, hear me out, you just read. So you say, you walk up, and you have to, it's very crucial that your hand placement is like this. And you go, here, I got you. Little public speaking with Covino. Walk onto the stage, and you go, mix real camera, virtual camera, 0.5. What does that mean? And then you just stare at the crowd. That's it. Yes, I'll be reading all of the code snippets out loud. You said it backwards. That was on purpose, because I didn't want to. Like, the audience is reading it from top to bottom, but no. I want to reverse them, so then it throws them off, keep them on their toes, not knowing what to expect. That is called captivating the audience. Thank you. Whew. So I should make all the slides upside down. Maybe not. Maybe not that. Maybe not. Player data. Player data. In the best speeches, the audience never knows what is happening. Yes. 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 Okay, we want in our player data. So we're gonna do okay, I'm on the right track then. Player data as. I've had lectures that go by that rule. Were they going by that rule, or was it a skill issue? Ooh. Player data dictionary. What am I typing the dictionary as? I'm typing it as I could do a string. I don't know, you tell me. Well, I don't know. You type dictionary like this. Dictionary. Thank you. I had no idea. You can copy and paste that if you need it. Oh my lord. I think we're just not gonna type the dictionary, and instead we let it grow. Let it see what it becomes, what it blossoms into. So we want a crew, and that crew will be an array, an organic dictionary, exactly. An array of resources. And this will be purchased crew. Skip that ad. Don't you dare. I see you eyeing it. He's eyeing. Jumping off again. Let's see. Crew. And then we're going to do... I'm probably going to need to store... Because right now, the doubloons are stored in a static variable. You typed a T instead of a K. Don't be gross, North Pole. We're talking about dictionaries. Dictionaries. Typed dictionaries. Not the other thing. Get your mind out of the gutter. Let's see. Crew? I don't think this is right, though. I'm leaving that like that. Boom. I've got a big dictionary. I can send some pictures. No, that's good. It's all good. We're making our own right now. I like big dictionaries. Bad cop. Let me see. Yeah, but Covino, yours looks kind of small right now. Listen, it's all about how you use the dictionary, okay? Like, we have one variable, but our array, so it could grow over time. As we add to it, it grows. So it would be like a character body, and then another character body, and then another one. And look at that. The once small dictionary is getting bigger. So, really? Pool of brainstorming, I mean. But isn't that just a large array inside a small dictionary? Yeah, but okay, over time, we can add new strings like this, new strings, and then our dictionary will get bigger as we need it to. As we need it to. But right now, we don't need a big dictionary. We just keep it small, keep it compact. No need for excess data flow. Enough looking at this dictionary though. Back to the game. We have our static variable for doubloons. Bite-sized dictionary. He's a lean, mean dictionary machine. That's what they call me. Yep. Uh-huh. Oh, we need the upgrades. So actually, we need to make our dictionary a little bit bigger. Upgrades. And that's going to be another dictionary inside of our dictionary. I don't recommend this, folks. And then we go pirate ship. 0. I love this convo. I think your dictionary has nulls in the array. I think you have nulls in your array. Big up, LT. How you doing? I nest dictionaries all the time. Interesting. There's a term for dictionaries and dictionaries. I forgot what it was. I'm not sure, but we need to dock the ships here. So we have pirate ships, and then we go to what's the other one? Docking? Oh my god, you rascal. Ah, we got I couldn't hold it back. That was good. Anywho, we got ads playing. We're gonna check up the words real quick. Cause I am dying. Trying so hard not to smile. I thought it was quite funny. Alright, chucking up the words, heading to level 1. I require more water. It's getting hot in here. Boom, boom, boom. Autopilot on. Start. Here we go. Alright. I'll be right back real quick. Beep, boop. I've returned. Oh my god, Covino's back. We missed you so much. I thought my life was over when you were gone. Holy moly. Alright, let's be right back. Off, webcam on. That is not what chat said. Are you sure about that, Picorially? I heard everyone saying that. Maybe you had the stream on mute or something. Boom. Other. Zero. Oh, maybe. Not bad, not bad. Let's turn this off. Boop. There we go. All right, back to work we go. What up, Munglo? How you doing? 69 stars. Nice. Munglo, maybe you'll know the answer to this. How difficult, in the terms of multiplayer, is TFT blue? About 8 inches. What? Nice was a word, but also my score. So, in terms of multiplayer, how difficult is an AutoChess? Is this someday those answers will make sense when someone about to ask a question? Ah. Help, I was still stuck on the previous combo. Combo? It's easy unless you make it hard. Are you talking about the jiggle bone? Increasing the stiffness of the jiggle bone? Alright, let's see. Game. Set value doubloons. No, I'm talking about the multiplayer difficulty of TFT. Oh, it's easy unless you make it hard. Ah. Interesting. So how do we make sure that it doesn't get hard? Since it is limited input dependent, the game can run fully on host, just play out on the clients. Oh, so it's really not, it's easier than what we were doing with the other thing then. Basically just rolly cubes, if you think about it. Is it? Is it? Actually, it kind of is, isn't it? If you think about it really hard, and then kind of mess with it in your head a little bit, I could see that. I think we'll still stick to the super basic version of this, get it working, and then we can see if that's doing a thing. I was using a jiggle bone in my Chicken Chasers game, but I had to increase the stiffness of the bone because the head was going everywhere. Yeah. Definitely gotta play with it a little bit more to make sure that the stiffness value goes up. I think the beach fellas, those are moving according to the player input, so they have to be either updates enough to smooth or be interpolated on other clients. Wait a second. It just clicked in my head. All this is we update positions, we send the positions to the server, and then the server plays out those positions. And then they added like an RPC for movement, or a synchronizer for movement, and that's it. So it's actually not that bad. Well, in a game like that, you can basically send a script of what happens for 5 seconds, and then the client replays it. Right. This actually shouldn't be too crazy difficult to make then. I still think we go with the single player design, and then we'll turn it into multiplayer. We'll do the thing that they say don't do, which is make it single player and then design it for multiplayer. But I think we're going to do that anyways. Because it's kind of like it's separate enough to where I think it'll be fine. All right, so we haven't done anything today. Let's do something. Game doubloons snapped. Okay. We're going to go into resources. We're going to go into items. Oh, it's already a resource. Price modifier, max active 6. What is this one? Oh. For proof of concept, definitely do single player first. Yeah. Okay. Game. And then what we can do is in auto battle scene. In Real Cubes, the server just tells you what numbers you rolled, and the client rolls fake dice based on that result. Ah. That makes sense. Okay. So we actually already have the resources that I was looking for, which is good. Because that means then what we're going to do is put this auto battle scene on over the game itself, and we'll be chilling. So we want the user interface, and now we need to make it so you can lock them to each cube. Which means we need a play button. So we'll do in the control, under the main margin. That's not the main margin. Why is the main margin so little? Okay, that's fine. We'll just add a button. Button. And then we will slap you to the top right. Layout. 100 by 50. Name you play. If you know you're going to insert multiplayer into an existing project, there are things you should think of from the start. Yes, I agree. But for now, we're gonna run it without the AutoChess. But for this, I would suggest just make it, then remake it in a new project, salvage what you can. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Rest. User interface. And then we need a function. Make it fast and dirty. See how it plays. Yep. Function play or start game. Void. Change it 100 times based on how it goes, then remake. So for the start game, we need to do what? We need to position or spawn in position, spawn plus position bots or fake pool or fake character, fake defenses. Whew, excuse me. Or just make it good first try, Pagorli style. I'm not that skilled. I'm not, I can't hold a candle, a flame up to Pagorli. No. Spawn position, fake defenses, Gesundheit. Thank you. Gracias. Spawn position, fake defenses. I hold a flame for Pagorli. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Wait, Pagorli, are you going to GodotCon? Many are saying Rail to Scale was a perfect game that requires no changes. That's true. That's true. I am not going. Ah, lame. Lame. I thought I heard you were. I thought Practical was gonna go pick you up, bring you over. So we need to spawn, position the fake defenses, and then we need to begin fights. And then produce. Ghostwrite my talk. Produce results. There we go. And now... I clearly do not. Nonsense. Nonsense. You got this. Okay, I'll go straight in. Slides included. Oh my lord. Spawn enemies. We need... Pseudocode is my favorite part. There are never any errors. That's true. So we need to get the position underneath us. So how do we get or return the position? I think what we need to do is... Oh, wait. First, I need to do the shop thing. So the shop thing is this. Basically, it will add a button for every thing that we buy. So we should only be able to buy a couple. And then it goes away. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. So, which means that this button needs to be its own scene. Pseudocode that looks like an unhinged tweet. Spawn, begin, produce. Make save branches scene. And this will be called the summon pirate or summon button. Why would you limit spawning already? So if you want to take a note from how I approach this, is to think of and divide things up to keep clearly ordered, like unit handler or keep track of all units, but when a unit moves, you do that through a field manager. The idea being created categories, like everything happens on the field goes there. Anything that deals with the units goes through this. On top of that, you add top logic like game rules, functions, and all that. Isn't that going to be handy for debugging first? Dang it, North Pole, in your good ideas. You're right. So instead, we just need to make them so when we hit play, they attack. If you want to take a note from how I approach this, I just put code in arbitrary files until it all works and then ship it. That's a good idea too. So on summoned, and then we need in here, we're gonna need a var summoned units as an array of character body 3Ds. And then what we do is we say summoned units dot append pirate. So we add that to our array. I feel like we need an ID to it though. I think you mean one script per project. Yes, this is better alternative. The idea being that you can do simple looking calls that then spread out into project and do what it needs. I even feed all UI through UI API class. Usually, so no UI calls directly into code anywhere. Only small UI code like keep a timer updated gets to their own things. Ah, I see. All right. Okay. So on the button pressed, we will now get an array. I just need to make this work. It doesn't have to work well. And then I think what I also need, why don't you tell me I could put arrays in my arrays? You can put anything in your array. Anything your heart desires can go in an array. I was like the strategy of put a bunch of signals in an autoload script strategy. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I like that. That's the observer pattern. Could be useful. Wait, really? It's actually so nice. I haven't actually used that pattern like to its fullest before. I've done it a couple times, but not like just for 1 or 2 signals, but not like an actual full-blown thing. All right, basic pirate. And then what we need this basic pirate to do, I do like a proper God class with all references, observer / listener. It's the way to do things. Maybe. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm thinking about, do I put another area on them and then they move towards the enemy? Probably don't need an area then, actually. Instead, let's do really, I shouldn't have this on the UI. It's kind of dirty, really dirty, actually. Summon units. So really, I should do a signal. Let's do signal unit summoned, and then give it a character body 3D. Identifier summon units not declared in current scope. That's correct. And then we say unit summon dot emit pirate. I don't mess with autoload and signals since I use C#, so I don't have to deal with the workarounds Godot has. I tried to keep actual states in the autoload, but signals are good. I'm just setting this in the scene itself. So then what I do is delete that. And now the button will summon them. And on the signal received, so we do a ready, and we say user interface dot unit summoned dot connect. Why is that not auto completing? Do I not have it set? Func. And then var summoned units as an array of character body 3D. And then just make it blank. And then we say unit. And then summoned units dot append unit. Boom. There we go. Whew. Character. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We're good. So now every time we press the button, we should get an array of these units. Then what we need to do is we need a function to move units. But I feel like we need a state machine for all of this. But then what is this? The state machine would probably go in the battle scene. And so then during the physics process of the moving state, they all move. Whoa. I've never connected a signal to an inline function like that. Really? That's just a lambda. I do that all the time. Some high-tech Godotering. I think I need a signal. I do that for like tweens. Oh. Interesting. Let's see. Let's do not a signal. That's wonky to me. How would you connect a signal? Would you just do connect and then slap this into like a separate function? Like a wrapper function in a way? That would make sense too. Let's do an enum. Enum states equals squiggle, and we want idle, moving, attacking, and dead. Wait, I did that wrong. There we go. States. So now in the func physics, we're gonna do, oh wait, before I do that, var state equals states dot idle. Now we do match state states dot idle. Pass it for now. States dot. I don't like it like that. States dot moving. States dot attacking. Wait, is it attacking? Yeah, attacking. And states dot dead. Beautiful. Skip that. All right, we got idle, moving, attacking, dead. Beautiful. Excellent. So in idle, we can say, for unites in summoned units unit dot, let's do unit singular, unit dot velocity equals vector 3 0. They just stay there, they don't move. And then we need a function for get closest target, returning a vector 3, and we go let's say character as a character body 3D, and we do direction or var direction equals car dot global position dot direction 2 oh, we need the other unit, don't we? We need the closest enemy. We need an enemy. Get closest target position. Var direction. So we're gonna need enemies. Maybe we just slap the enemies in by default for now. Do a node 3D. Call this enemies. And then we need to add in some enemies, which we don't want them to be draggable though. So we're gonna have to make a new character body. Call this enemy. We will save you to pirates, enemy, add a script, create, and we don't actually want any of this right now. Are you going to take into account their grid positions? Yes. Eventually. I don't know how to do that yet, but we'll get there. Step 1 is I'm going to make the enemies spawn. So I need to give them a export var scene as a, oh, let's make it big. Scene, packed scene. Or do I want to do a resource? I think I want to do an enemy resource. And then get that resource with the pack scene on it, with the health and all of that. And its stats. So I'm going to need 2 resources then. Create new folder, call this stats. Or actually call it auto battle stuff. Create new script and call it stats. Create. Jump into it, and this is going to extend a resource. We're just going to name this stats. And then export var scene as a packed scene. Actually, oh wait, but it already... No, we don't have that yet. So this is actually going to be not stats. This is going to be a character. Yeah, this is going to be a character. Rename and call it battle character. And then battle character. And then call this character scene as a pack scene. Export var stats as stats, which is going to be another resource. Are you hydrating? If not, do it now. Listen, fat guy. I'm not doing this because you said so. I'm doing this because I want to. Howdy, Pierre. How you doing? Man, oh man. All right. Yeah, so we're gonna need a new stat sheet. And then we need the... I mean, really, that's all we need, right? No, you're doing it because you like someone caring about you. Not quite, actually. You're not giving me order. I'm doing this on purpose. Exactly. Do I want to do that? I think I do. Scene with stats. And then Yeah. I'm the hydration checker in this chat. Keep the water levels high. Rah, sent some cool stuff I made in the server that you should look at, cause like, yeah, will do. Will do. Once I can finish doing this though. This one will be called stats. Cheap pirates at twitch.tv. Remove the space. Ciao Bella, Irad. Where have you been? We have not seen you in ages, moons, months, years. Feels that way. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Oh, that's right. You went to Germany. I forgot about that. And you didn't take us along. No IRL streams. Showing off. I get it. I see how it is. Isn't this supposed to be the battle character definition? So it defines the model, name, stats, movement, style, and all the things it needed. That's what I was thinking. But, my nose. But I feel like stats needs to be a separate resource, right? And then we just shove the character scene and the stats. Because they're all going to have the same stats, right? I guess, yeah, then why separate the stats? That's a good point. That's probably just over breaking it down. Covino, I'm doing bad. Oh no. Thornity just reviewed my game with his brutal honesty. Gonna cut huge branches on the game to make it more streamlined and simpler. Really? What were the brutal honesty things? Because I thought I was being brutally honest. Export var health as a float. Export var damage as a float. Export var export var. What do we want on it? Brutal honesty. You make it sound like a bad thing. That's true. I think it's good. I think it's more helpful. More helpful than like, oh, this game's really nice. It's really cool. Oh, I like it so much. Each unit resource you create will have its own stats, but you want to have units that share stats. Then you'd separate the stats out so it can share a stats resource. So I do want to separate it then, because we would have you doing that to me, Covino? Where's your brutal takes? My brutal take was just the input controls. How I don't like the double keyboard, 2 hands on the keyboard. You need mouse interaction. I just bubble wrapped it though. I did bubble wrap what I said for sure. Ugh. Ugh. What was Thornity's take? What was his brutal comments about it? I'm curious if there's something I missed. So yeah, I think we do need a separate one then, because we're gonna spawn, like if you spawn multiple of the same character, they're gonna want the same stats. So we would just make a stats resource using those stats. Right? But then what happens if we get into stat modifiers? Ugh. All right, we do want the stats. Create new script. Stats. Too unnecessary system. Game's bad at explaining stuff. Too many choices. That sort of things. Interesting. Interesting. See, I didn't feel that way about it though. I liked it. My biggest gripe was just the controls. And there were a couple things about the explaining what things are over the hover that we talked about. It's pretty on point. I don't know what the unnecessary system is, though. So units will not reference back to the resource and will not share stats with each other. Unless you want them to, but then it would be very rigid, not flexible at all. Wait. So, for example, if I have 2 pirates, 2 of them, boom, 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 and they both have a base of 100 health, and let's say 10 attack, would it be better to have a separate stats resource that we save as like base pirate? That's what I would think. Then you would go to resource that defines the unit stats. Set the unit as they spawn in, but the unit wouldn't be their... The units... Wait, on the units, it wouldn't be their stats resource. It would just be their stats. You go to resource that defines the unit stats. Set that stat unit as they spawn in. But on the units, it wouldn't be their stats resource. It would just be their stats. So you're saying to use... We do use a stats resource, but we use that to tell them, hey, you have 100, like, have it separate. Let's use health. Set unit stats.start health when you spawn in the unit. Okay, so it would be, we would still do export var health as a float here. And then we would what the heck are you? Don't discard that. And then we would do another one. Another health here. So we'd have health on the resource, health on the actual character. And then we use the stats and we say stats.health equals health, or health equals stats.health. Or maybe we rename this to starting health. Am I understanding that properly? So then I would do a export var stats resource as stats, like so. But when you spawn in a unit, use that to set up the unit, right? But leave the actual resource behind. Makes it less likely you mess up down the line. Gotcha. So this is the proper way to do it then. And this also allows us to easier manipulate their stats. Because we could add something that buffs the damage of one guy or one character, one unit, and it would, that way it wouldn't buff all of them. Okay, so we do starting health, starting damage. I think that's fine for now. And then on the enemy, we want health var damage. Imagine chasing bugs where you accidentally set resource start health value before instancing a unit. So then next unit will would have that same value because it's the same resource and so on. I see. So now we want to say on the ready, we say health equals stats resource dot starting health, damage equals stats resource dot starting damage. Boom. And then let's see. We also need a scene. Wait. Battle character. Do we need a... Wait. Now I just confused myself with so many resources. So I have a battle character resource. I just have the code that spawns in the unit. Just feed the definitions and the data needed to set up a function in that unit. So what I want to happen is to keep things clean. We would have a resource of battle character. And when you buy a character in the shop, you're really buying the resource for that character type. And then, oh boy. And then from there, when we start the battle, it loads everything in. That was the code that spawns a unit. Don't care what unit it spawns in. Once you instantiate the unit, it gets set up and reinitialized correctly. Okay. So leave this the way it is. Actually, no, we need the... Right, this 3D scene, this character doesn't care what it is. Because it's just gonna, which this should actually be a node. Like that. Enemy. And then team members make dreams come true. That's true. That's true. So scene, packed resource, stats, float, damage. This is on the enemy, but we don't necessarily need that. We need instead, we want a export var character resource as battle character. There it is. Battle character will give us the scene. Holy moly. Holy moly. I just screwed it all up. Hang on. We have GodotCon when? That is in 2 days. We instantiate the enemy unit. Tell it be this unit. So in the enemy, this is the enemy. It's a node. Delete it all. This is a node. And we want it to be... I don't even need this, actually. I don't even need this. Because what we're going to do, close that. Save that. Close it. Howdy, Camilos. Long time no see. How are you? If you'll make a TTS, be sure it blocks profanity. I'm not going to do the TTS, Aaron. That's too much. I was thinking about it, but then I was like, probably not a good idea. Probably not. Okay.
With Swiffer Duster, you get a clean even mom approves of. Swiffer.
So now what we're doing, battle character, it has a scene as a pack scene. Pack scene. Tackle the way you spawn in a unit first, right? I've been doing so much lately, you have no idea. You're right, I do have no idea. I too have been doing a lot, and it's been rough. But that's not really here nor there. Then it will make more sense since you have the code that spawns the unit. Okay. Let's just spawn the unit. Delete everything that deals with stats for now. I think what I'll do is I'll do a class battle character. It will have a scene, and it will have a ID as an int. Boom. That way we can just categorize them easier. Then, when we purchase a pirate, before we even do that, we will go into battle character, create new, resource, battle character, create, and this one will be called the basic pirate. Save. Basic pirate, we'll give it an ID of 1. Save. And then we need a so basic, yeah. Then we need it to be a character body, but it can't be this one because this one is draggable and we don't want that. So it needs to be a separate one. So we make another character body 3D and we call it enemy pirate. Or no, that's fine that it's draggable actually, right? It's fine if we use the same one because ideally we would like to use the same one. Hello, I got dodge working. Dope. Just need to mess with settings to understand it more. Let's go. That's awesome, Dr. Dark. Okay. We could add a script to this. Being smart, add a script to this. Remove everything. And what we can do is have a export var is enemy as a bool, and then func ready. If is enemy, then we also want to do onReady var draggable as an area 3D equal get draggable, and then if enemy draggable dot queue free. Just get rid of it. Boom. Whew. Hi. All I have programmer question. How can I parent a body that has entered the area 3D collider to a child of the area 3D node? How do you parent a body that entered? So you want something like it connects and then it follows with you type deal? You could just say on body entered. So on your area, you have a node and then you have the signals here at the top right, which chat is kind of blocking, but you can do body entered. And then you would say, you could say, let's see, have a question, parent a body that has entered the area. We did that. And then you want to add it to a child of the area. So when you enter the area, it then becomes a child of that. Nguyen, did I say that right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to beautiful, the immaculate team modes, so you can use to welcome people to the team. You would do something like self dot add child body. because you want to parent that to the child. Pierre, hello and welcome. What were you working on? For those who don't know me, hello, my name's Covino. We are working on a new game here. It's a prototype right now. Basically, the idea is, yeah, reparent self. That's what you could do. Anyways, the idea here is it's a clicker game, but mixed with like an AutoChess type deal. Something like that. That's the idea. Here it is. Kinda. So you click, and then you buy a little, oh wait. Let's just cheat. You buy a pirate ship, and then it clicks for you. You got a whole tech tree, and then you got a battle market, so you can use those resources to buy a pirate, go to battle. It all breaks because I didn't delete this yet. But kind of the idea here. Wait, let's do this. Boom, boom, and this one. This one. There we go. And you can drag the unit on. You start the battle. They attack. That's the idea. That's the idea. But you can see that this is missing something crucial. Something very, very important. And that is the jiggle bone. For those of you who don't know what the jiggle bone is, in 4.4, Godot added a beautiful and immaculate feature. One of the most important features of all of game dev, and that is the jiggle bone. But they made a crucial error. Very, very crucial error. That error is they named it Spring Bone Simulator 3D. Ugh. Gross. And so in order to rectify this horrible mistake, we are hosting the Jiggle Jam in 17 days, 19 hours, 29 minutes, and 39 seconds. The Jiggle Jam. The Jiggle Jam revolves all around, it's for open to all engines. It revolves all around jiggle physics. So it's this creative way where you can use jiggle physics in 2D or 3D, preferably 3D though, because that's where the jiggle bone is. And now you're probably wondering, like, hey Covino, what's in it for me? What do I get besides having an amazing experience, being able to try out new things, all in a safe for work environment, safe for work jiggle environment? Well, I'm glad you asked. First place gets $100 US plus 50% of the prize pool. Second place gets $50 US plus 25% of the prize pool. Third place gets $25 plus 25% of the prize pool. What is the prize pool, you ask? I'm glad you also asked that. Well, the prize pool is all bits. 50% of all bits, subs, donations that we receive during the duration of the Jiggle Jam will be added into the prize pool. Whew. That is what we are doing. That is what we are working on. But yes, highly recommend it. It's probably the most anticipated game jam of all time. The Jiggle Jam. Oops. Yes, that is what we are doing. Whew. I see. I will try. What happens? The area 3D is in level, and the player is there too. But thanks for the help. We'll try the two options. Yeah, for sure, XMAC. For sure. For sure. All right, let's see here. So we got get closest. Oh yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna. What up, Vongo? Wait, Vongo, were you streaming? I thought you said you would be right back. I didn't know you were streaming, Vongo. Welcome in. Let's see. So var direction. I said lurk. Yeah, I didn't know you were lurking the stream. That's why I lurked. Ah, it hasn't been 4 hours though. Has it? No, it's been like 1 hour. What? Anywho. So now that we have our state machine for the enemies, we didn't spawn them. That's holy moly, holy moly. It's hot. It's hot here. Boom. We want to go to our battle character. No, back in here. Here we go. So units, summoned units, append. And then on unit summoned, we add them to the thingy, to the array. And then that's it. So we need the enemy spawns. Yeah, we need the enemy spawns. So now what we need, Koltari, welcome in. How are you doing? Also raid message. Welcome in. What were you doing? What were both of you working on, actually? Let's do var summoned units. What do I name this? Probably enemy units. And then also have that as an array. Boom. Of character bodies. Oh, I was going to do the resources, though. Shoot. Raid message is my new favorite raid message. Is it? It's a boring raid message, though. Let's be real. It's a little boring. Also raid message. Now that's a raid one. I wasn't streaming. I just raided from chat. Oh. I was gonna say, what were you doing? Weren't you just lurking about? Enemy definitions for the resource. We need to do the resources. All right, hang on. I'm like, this is like throwing me for a loop. We were working RTR. Since enemy units will be the actual units. Right. So we need an array of the battle characters. Yeah, because we got basic pirate Trez. And then this one is going to quick load the basic. That's what I was doing. The basic pirate. I was adding in the script to get rid of Draggable on ready. There we go. I legally can't stream anymore. I have 69 followers. I can't risk gaining more. So what you're saying, Koltari, is if you want to, if I want you to stream, all I got to do is unfollow. Retrieve the remote simulator. Oh, I see. I'm following now. Ah. That would be cruel. Oh shoot, we have ads playing. We're gonna check up the words real quick. I need to like walk in a circle, get the sweat off of me. It is so hot in this room. Holy moly. I am burning. I'll be right back real quick. Let's do beep. Boop. Whew! I've returned. Oh my god, Covino's back. We missed you so much. Holy moly. Basically, take new unit in one hand, definition in the other, smash them together, throw them in the tile grid. Ooh, Covino's back. Aw, Fongo. What the heck? What the heck, Fongo? I thought you thought I was cool. Boo! I'm joking. Man, oh man. We failed the words. It's all Vongo's fault. All Vongo's fault. Turn off the autopilot. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Words off. Finally, Covino's back. Thank you, Yuri. See, someone here is nice. We missed you so much. Oh, I missed you. You just have to teach him how to make better jokes. Except I stole it from Goltari. Oh. Wait. We didn't miss you at all. Could we get more ads? No, Vongo. We need game dev. We need to do more game dev. That's what we need. The reason for the separation of resource and unit scene is such to make the units use the same unit scene as much as possible. When you add a new unit definitions, it will just work. Unless they have some unique thing that needs some altering. Reason for the separation of unit and unit scene. Wait. So, Munglo, I'm gonna need to reword this so I can, my tiny brain can understand. Focus on work, thank you. Oh my gosh, I would have died if you hadn't come back, Covino. I wanna watch him make game dev so I can learn too. Indeed. We're learning together. So, we have our pirate scene here, right? This is the standard scene. Savage. Scene unit is the in altering some needs. The thing unique have that thing unique some have they unless work. Oh, you Covino-fied it. The reason for the separation of resource and unit scene is such. I just copy and pasted from Munglo. I thought it was Savage talking. You got me excited, Vongo. I thought it was actually Savage. I feel like I haven't seen Savage in eons, decades even. All right, let's see. Anything that defines a unit goes into the unit definition resource. So the thing that defines the unit is we have two things right now. Defines a unit, goes into the unit definition. As you spawn a unit, you pass that definition. So the mesh, the stats. This means I can be the main mod. I mean, Camilos might still be here. Camilos is not here. Camilos is not here. No. So North Pole, congratulations. You are the main mod for now. Until Camilos gets here. Who is Camille? That's a great question. Sup, I'm back. So unit scenes don't know what unit it will be until you give it a definition. Yeah, but we can't have a... The problem is the unit scene needs to have the character body, right? So you're calling it pirate now, but could be a groundhog. That's the thing though, is we need to give it this scene because the meshes are all different, their collisions are all different. Hey Covino, would you trust me to be a mod? Maybe Mr. Gene. It depends. You'd have to fill out the application, but we're not currently looking for any more mods. Not currently. We already got a lot. And we got North Pole who counts as like 12. But also Mr. Gene, it's a rigorous course that you have to take. Rigorous. He also doesn't pay his mods. This is actually interesting, Munglo. Show me the way. Calling pirate now, but could be groundhog. And the difference will be, we'll go into what defines them as much as possible. Another banger slide done. Let's go. You can also use instead of slash commands. Software and game dev on Twitch. There are dozens of us. Dozens? Millions. Variety of programming and game development content. Fairly small category. Most streams look like this. kind of boring. Wait a sec. This looks like my stream. Are you saying that this stream is kind of boring? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, actually no, this is different because I have a little logo here and a goal here. So, oh, and a chat window. So really, it's not boring. No. There's chat on mine though. Oh, is that the chat? Oh, it is a chat. That's fair. I'm going to send you my worms overlay. Your worms overlay? What is that? I don't think I've seen that. All right. Player data. Data. Players. Here we go. I'm not going to say that, actually. Never mind. But I may have been, what is it? What's the word? Enticed to change my overlay a little bit. You outed yourself as not having attended my stream. That's not true. I have attended your stream. You'll see in the analytics when you look on the recap. I'll be there because I have been watching. I've been lurking mostly, but also you tend to stream while I'm streaming. So when you're not streaming when I'm streaming, I've seen it. But last time I saw you were painting. You were painting a Warhammer thing. And it was like this kind of Warhammer thing. And then you had a helmet. Like a visor helmet. You looked like a space marine. You should swap to Linux and rice up the desktop so everyone can enjoy a good display. That's fair. Yeah, my Worms overlay game was on screen. Oh, then I was not. I don't remember it. Don't remember it. Okay, so you sure a fat man? No, Vongo. It was a space marine. It was his armor, his big armor. All right, so we have a stats resource, but we don't need this. Instead, we have each character in the character itself. What does heat do on your stream? Absolutely nothing until I turn it on. And when I turn it on, it's mostly for if someone's like, oh, Covino, click there. Then it's like, where? And then I turn on heat and they go, oh, that's what, oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I turn it off. Yeah, sometimes he turns it on and we collectively click his face. It's like they're trying to send me a message of some sort. But don't you guys worry, because I will be getting a makeup do-over. I'll be looking snazzy for Godot Con. I got a barber shop scheduled appointment for tomorrow evening. So we're risking it. I should have done that. Get a nice little haircut for Godot Con, so I'll look fancy. I'll look good, and then I can walk up to everyone and be like, hello, my name's Covino. And then they go, hello, Covino. And then we shake hands. Boom. And then I judge them based off of their handshake. So in the character bodies, like the actual units, is where I put it. Will they ignore you if you have a bad haircut? Hello, my name's Covino. Just Covino? Just Covino. Aaron hair. I got my haircut for GodotCon too. Hopefully I'll see you there. Aaron, you will see me there. I'll be the dude walking around holding a selfie stick, talking to seemingly no one. Yep. Will they ignore you if you have a bad haircut? I sure hope not. Definitely will. Ugh. Don't worry, it will be snazzy. It'll be good. It'll be okay. But also, bad cop, you won't be able to ignore me because you're gonna go to the content creator meet and greet where I'm gonna get everybody's signatures. So you wouldn't want to let down one of your fans now, would you? I've needed a haircut since January. That's true, Vongo. Saying my hair is getting too long. Maybe they're just saying your face is hot. It's hot in this room, that's for sure. Here's an example of how I do projectiles in one project. Whoa. Definition name, mesh, what it can hit, a precast radius. It's my legal one. You can't have it. Wait, I can't sign anything. I only have one signature. It's my legal one. Wait, are you supposed to have different signatures? Is that a thing? I'm not supposed to be using my legal signature on... Oh boy. Oh. I always thought you just do one nice one. There's your celebrity signature and IRL. I've just been using the same. The nice one is for the bank. Yeah, I have a nice one, but I use the nice one to sign things, like sign people's foreheads and their babies and stuff. So I need a different signature. But that's not quick to write. Show us your nice one. You can tell if you need two. Now I don't want to. Use a long one for bank and a paraphrase for anything else. But my long one's so fun to write. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out a better one. I don't want to do blocks because that's weird. I know, I like my personal one a lot. Nope, that's just not fun. We need to do game dev. Game dev. I'm not signing anything. No way. Okay, so you have a projectile definitions that is a resource in itself. No, you have a base projectile prefab. And this is just an empty scene. I've grown to like NJ. I feel like that's not fast to write though. I know the cursive letters that are in my name. I only know the cursive letters that are in my name. I know how to write cursive, but Covino in cursive doesn't look good. That's the problem. Cursive writer. See, that just looks bleh. Nope. That's too many spaces. It needs to be all connected. That's too spaced out. That's too many spaces. That looks like Covina. There's no good way of doing my name. Why even start the signature talk? I forgot too. We're doing game dev. So the point here is projectile manager will spawn a pool of pre-made... Oh, let's do that. Of pre-made arrows. That pool will start with 10. As the prefab gets instantiated, it gets passed the definition so it sets itself up correctly. So, my initials are the same as Brainoid Games initials. Huh. BG. BG. So, how would we do this for a character? We would do base character prefab, but this would have to be a character body, right? There's your B. That's a pretty good B. Thank you. That'd be the unit scene. The pirate scene for now. If I just do an 8. Nah. Not an 8. You'd have to go like... Bad. Nope, that doesn't look good. I'm taking heavy Munglo nodes right now. Notes. Oh, I thought you were taking his nodes. Then spawn in an instance. Godot got me bad. Then spawn in an instance of that unit scene. Pass it the pirate definition, and bam. So, what would be the base scene though? But object pooling, you don't have to care about. The important is that the prefab scene is just a blank projectile scene. So for us, it would be a blank anything a unit needs. But that's the difficulty, is that a unit needs... It needs draggable if it's draggable, and then needs a collision as well. And the collisions are all going to be different. Send help, please. Maybe these are withdrawal symptoms. North Pole, you know what that means. Get to work. It can be quite a few things depending on your needs. Unit scene might take more work. I see what you're saying. So instead of doing a unit scene, maybe I do just like this scene here, the basic pirate. And then the basic pirate, we would want to give the actual stats. And so we'll have battle character. And then this one needs the starting health and all that. We don't need stats anymore. And we would add in... Yeah. But you get that back because instead of making a scene per unit type, you just create a new unit definition and pass to the unit scene. You add new units. Yeah. Huh. Would you say this is the way to go when having a lot of different 3D scene objects with different attributes and abilities to them? Is if they have the same one, or like the same set of abilities. So in our battle character, we need to export var starting health as a float. Export var starting bar. Don't do the bar. Starting damage. So we would do something like this. And then for our basic pirate Trez, we would do 100 and we'll say 10. And now when we set that in our basic pirate, we want to have our variables for... We want var health as a float, var damage as a float, and then in the ready, we would set it. So you do this system for vegetables in a farm sim. You add the system for farming animals. Since they have very little in common. Pretty similar, just different particles, points, meshes. So we'll do func ready. But how do I get the scene? So I'd have to... How would I set these? My brain does not function with resources. We have a stats resource, which we don't need. What up, Chef Tails? How you doing? Did you get started on your project? You get those by passing the resource that defines the unit when it spawns in. Started fishing a week ago, so now my time for coding got shaved in half. Ah. Export bar initialized game state. Yes. Yes, LT. So create a fun that takes a unit definition loop as a parameter. Oh, a function that takes a unit definition as a parameter. Okay. I think I'm just making stuff up. That's pretty much what I do. So let's delete the stats. We don't want it anymore. And instead we do this. We have a battle character, has an ID, and it has a scene. This is a resource. And then we take that resource and we slap on. Also I have LLM to help me with codes as my guide. Wouldn't recommend that, Chef Tales. Wouldn't recommend using an LLM to help you code. Definitely not. Hey Covino. Since I'm a new Godot user, what's your favorite lesser-known Godot tip you want to share? Ooh, Pierre, I'm glad you asked. Well, my favorite is probably, most certainly, the jiggle bone. Hence why we're doing a game jam all around the jiggle bone. Let me open up the... Which one is it? Lifeguard dev? No. Trash scenario? It's all the jiggle bone. All the jiggle bone. So the jiggle bone, very simple, but it's underutilized because it's so new. So new. Basically, this is mostly for 3D. There's ways around it in 2D, but mostly 3D. Should I do a jam? Do I need skills to be in one? You can do one. You could do the jiggle jam pretty easily. But the jiggle bone, all you do is you take your skeleton and you attach a jiggle bone to it, but they renamed it and they called it Spring Bone Simulator 3D. Gross. What up, Driller Killer? And basically, you take your jiggle bone, you mess with the stiffness, and then you jiggle your character around. I think this adds just a lot of life to the characters. As funny as it is, and as much as I like it, I think it's a underutilized thing. Because most people don't try to avoid 3D. I think 3D is really good. I like 3D a lot. So I would say this is it. What's your Star Wars Day outfit? I know you're Darth Maul right now, Driller Killer. I don't have one. I don't have one. I don't dress up much. Good afternoon. I really want to get into coding, and Godot seems super interesting to me. Brand new. I've never coded before. Ooh. Do you have any advice for a complete noob to get into it? Skyrat XD? Oh boy, do I. So I myself am relatively new. I started about 10 months ago with zero program experience, zero game dev knowledge or experience. And don't listen to Vongo. Vongo keeps quitting. So do the Brackeys tutorial. It's a quick 2D tutorial, and he lays out everything you need to get started with Godot. Everything you need. It's only going to take you about an hour and a half to 2 hours to do. Super easy. And then you'll have like a nice little game. But do the Brackeys tutorial. Yeah, I did the Brackeys. It really helped me. Exactly. For mine, I'm Darth Maul. My mom will also do my makeup. My mom will do my makeup. Nice. Oh, my back. Would also recommend Heart Beast tutorials. Yeah, I haven't seen the Heart Beast ones. That's why I can't recommend it. But yeah, would definitely say the Brackeys tutorial, by far one of the best. And then from there you can go and conquer anything you want. Covino, what is your display size? 2K is the resolution. 27-inch monitor. That's it. I don't know anything else. His advice, just wait a bit and he'll respond. True. Or right now even. Getting there. All right, close that. But yeah, Pierre, that would be my one thing is utilize the jiggle bone. Utilize the jiggle bone. If you're doing 2D, I have no experience in 2D whatsoever. I have yet to make a 2D game. I've only been doing 3D. But yeah, jiggle bone. And then just learn, like, I'm trying to learn basic programming concepts. But I think you have experience with Unity, right? Skyrat, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. I think you have experience with Unity, if I remember right. So you're probably pretty set there in terms of the overall flow. Yeah. Also, no, I haven't started yet. I'm still sticking with it, but on hold right now. My laptop is getting repaired, so waiting till waiting to Godot till then. Makes sense. I'm currently fixing display issues. Someone play on 4K with 1060, 3 gigabytes. On a 1060 with 3 gigs, absolutely cannot render it at native 4K with 3D stuff. Well, wait, someone's playing it with a 1060 and 3 gigabytes of RAM? I don't think that's supposed to play. That's more of a hardware issue. A 1060 with only 3 gigabytes? I don't know about that one. I don't think you need to optimize for that. I don't think they should be playing on 4K with that. All right, let's get work done. So 3 gigabytes is dedicated GPU memory, not the system RAM. Right. Virtual or visual RAM or whatever. 4K is way too much for that card. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Game should set it and render quality display. Also, I apologize if I say I'm going to switch to gdevelop. It's just easier to use, and unlike Godot, I do have a project started on gdevelop. What is gdevelop? I love gdevelop. What is, like, what, I keep hearing about gdevelop. Ah. Man, I just go with Godot. It really would. But really, at the end of the day, as long as you're starting and doing something, that's all that matters. Get back to it. You're right. Make the game spawn the enemy scene now. Okay. So, we're at the scene. North Pole with the resub. 7 months. Thank you, North Pole. Appreciate that. Enemy units. Array. Let's not even bother with an array yet. And we need to... Let's export it, actually. And then what we'll do is it will be an array of battle characters. And then quick load the basic pirate. So the basic pirate has an ID, a scene, and all that fun stuff. How long did it take you to start working on your own project after starting out? An hour and a half to 2 hours. The moment I finished the Brackeys tutorial, I quite literally started stream and then just started working. You're confusing yourself and everyone else. That's true. That's true. Chef Tails of 15 push-ups. Oh boy. Oh boy. Chef Tails, you're doing those push-ups too, right? You're going to be doing those too, because you know, if you redeem them, you got to do them as well. I don't make the rules. It just is what it is. And then we do var health as a float. Var damage as a float. All right. 15 squats as well. That's crazy. Good on you, man. I guess it's just baby steps and figuring out along the way. Absolutely is. Absolutely. It's all about, like, it's really one of those things where you just have to jump in and start. Don't do too many tutorials. You just get to it. And that's where you're going to learn everything. I will say, and maybe I'm doing it not the best way, but it seems to be a lot of just kind of bashing your head against a wall until the wall breaks. I know that doesn't sound fun, but it is. It is. Spawn enemy. And then Stack over chill. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's hard at first. Then you hit points of understanding when things start to make sense. And then all of a sudden you move up to the things that don't make sense. And then your brain starts to implode. But it's good. It's okay. 4 unit. I gotta go see you after my fishing trip. Have fun, Chef Tails. Have fun. Let me do the 15 push-ups, 15 squats, so then I can actually focus in and work. Focus in and work. Whoa. Oh my lord. Just sneezed and lost my soul. Push-ups first. Woo! Oh. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Boom. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He doesn't make stuff. He just takes it and claims it as his most of it is ironics. Not quite. Workout for the day. Something like that. Woo. Woo. Exercise. My room is like 90 degrees. It's not fun. 4 unit in enemy units. We want to say unit.scene. Yeah, I'm gonna make just one spawn. Whew. These are free asset packs from Kenny Assets. But in the long run, he's gonna make assets himself or outsource them. Exactly. Oh, do you make the art for your games or assets created by others? It's a mixture for sure. I make some of them, outsource the others. Because what we're doing here is we are building a game studio. So as part of that, a little out of breath. As part of that, we are, don't call it scene. Okay. Something like new unit. New unit, instantiate, and then new dot health dot health unit. It's not a scene when you have instantiated it. Damage. Starring damage. And then we need to figure out where to send it. Oh, you're building your own game studio. Yes, indeed. So what we're doing is basically, because art tends to be my weakest skill set, we're starting off with art and other, where is it? Other artistic assets. So we have a style guide, which this is all going to be updated soon, eventually, once we pick the new game. We have a creative asset submission agreement. So that's basically to ensure that the artists get to save their, maintain rights to their work while still getting credited and hopefully compensated, assuming the game makes money. And then these submissions for it. So yeah, no Vongo, that's not the name. No. New unit dot set definition, unit definition. That's a big flex. Not really. That way, this side of code will never change. So unit handles how it applies the definition. But you have different units if you really have to. Unit definition. Gonna mute and leave the stream up in the background. Give the brackets tutorial a go. Absolutely. Let me know, Skyrat. Let me know how it goes when you finish it. I'll still be here. Gonna be here for another couple hours, like 3 hours? 15, 16, 17? Oh, 2 hours. 2-ish, 2.5. Something like that. Okay. New unit dot damage. We set the damage. Type that new unit. So it's of type basic pirate. Well, I don't want to do that. Because what happens if we're spawning something that's not a basic pirate? This is just going through the enemy units. So the way this is working is we have an array of battle characters. And we have a basic pirate battle character. Basic pirate should be called unit. What? Since it doesn't care what it is. It's just a unit. Then I set up the resource wrong. Because this definitely cares what it is. Definitely. This is because it has the character scene. Because I can't do what you did for the arrows, where it's just an empty scene. I'm unable to do that because of the custom collisions that we need. Oh, I should probably, I'll have Savage remove that. Yeah. We'll have Savage remove that. Have a better description. It's also at the bottom. Yeah, so I would have to redo the resource then. Because this resource does care. Wasn't that the basics pirate script? No. Oh, you only time for the website to appear. Gotcha. I'll go Savage as your bot. Partially, yeah. So the way this is working right now is we have a battle character, which is our unit. And then it just has an ID, a scene, and then the starting health and starting damage. That's it. That is a unit definition. That is fine. Okay. Okay. Chill Albie. Chill Albie. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Ooh. Unit scene. What script is there on the unit? So on the pirate itself, it has its own script, which is here. You said it right the first time? Ah, Chill Albie. Boom. Whew. Yeah, this is the 3D scene. Yeah, it is the basic pirate.gd. Right. Right, down here. Most of the time, people say my username wrong. Really? What do they say instead? Chill Alibi, maybe? Chillaby? Chillaby? Something like that. Ah. Interesting. What are those functions ordered under? What do you mean? What are they ordered under? So these, there's no, like, I mean, there's the ready function, but if you add a function there called set unit definition, how do you reach it? I would just do new unit definition. But I'm not understanding what the unit definition thing does. Or are you saying it just does this? But does that matter? Hey, Covino, I downloaded Unreal Engine last night. Gross. But I haven't used it yet. But hey, I can try another game engine when I finish the current project. Nice. Nice, Tommy. So unit can become that unit. It already is that unit. So like if I add child here and I say enemies.add child new unit, it's gonna spawn in a whatever this enemy unit is. But you don't want that code that applies and change the unit anywhere in the unit. Yeah. I've started to learn how to use Godot after finding time to start working on a game on my tablet. Hey, that's awesome. So we don't want it set up like this, is what you're saying. Because my initial idea was we have these resources, and that's like when you purchase a character, you get the resource added to an array. The health and damage there, and setting what mesh it is, and whatever is going to be the definition. Right, but we can't set what mesh it is. Where do I find Godot tutorials? YouTube. Or the Brackeys tutorial. YouTube. Yes, Tommy. YouTube. Just type in Godot tutorial. There's a whole bunch of them. All of that you pass to the unit scene so it can become the unit. But so you're saying the unit scene needs to be a blank, empty scene. And then we add the new scene to that, but then that would make it a node with a character body in it as compared to a character body, which would not interact well. Like you're saying to do this, right? And this would be the unit scene. You should look at the thing I made. I will definitely at some point today. At some point. So this is the blank. This would be a blank unit. And we would attach a script to it. And that script would just do the setting the stats. Right there, Tommy. Thank you, North Pole. I'm a little confused, Munglo. I know this must be hair ripping. Why would you have a different scene? I thought this is what you were saying to do, is have a different scene and then you have it on, and that's why I'm getting confused. A unit is a unit is a unit is a unit. What? All things that go in that is unit goes into unit scene. Right, but how would I set up a unit scene? Yeah, I'm struggling with like how would you then set up the collision shapes and anything like that. Make my brainy ouchie. You tell it by passing the definition to it. Could you word that as if you were talking to someone even more intellectually inept? So you're saying we would have a unit scene, which is this. This is a scene. And we would name it unit scene. We would then put a script on it that would do the setting stuff. Battle character defines the unit. You pass that to the unit. So battle character has the unit on it, which is a pack scene. And so what we're doing is we instantiate that scene from the resource. So we grab the first resource in the array, we instantiate it, we set the unit's health, we set its damage, and then we add the child to the enemies, which is the node in the battle scene. If you do it this way, you will have a unique scene for every unit. Yeah. Would we not want that? Or is this the object pool? Are you talking about object pooling? Instead, make a generic unit scene. Because all units have so much in common. Okay, so... But then how would you put the character's mesh? I understand it, but also not. I have no idea what's going on here. We're learning. We're learning. So we would have... You're saying we would have a blank scene. You find the mesh in the definition. Right. So we would add the mesh in, but it needs to be a character body. Is this 3D or 2D? This is 3D. It needs to be a character body. So we would have to change this type through code and change type to character body. Your unit can be a character body. Oh, okay. So I could just do a character body. Don't give it a collision shape. And then the mesh itself will have to be added with a collision shape. Are you two planning on learning 3D? Would recommend. 3D is fun. Okay. I think I'm understanding. So for the base unit scene, give it a collision shape that is most common you'll use for units. I think all your units should have the same collision shape. Oh. Oh. So we want every unit to have a collision shape that is kind of similar. Or pretty much the same. So we go with like a generic capsule. Boom. Save this. And this will be the unit scene. Or should I just call default unit? Also add a mesh instance. Mesh instance. But why would we add... Now I'm really lost. I thought the mesh is what we add later. Oh. Never want to see this. Ugly. Don't look at this. Why are you burning CDs, Vongo? Alright, so we have a unit scene with a mesh. Let's make it super ugly. Okay, and then we add a script to it called unit scene. And this is the thing that needs a health as a float. What do you mean super ugly? Oh, sorry. Let me... It's a turd. Now the script add a function var damage. Thanks. You're welcome, North Pole. Add a function that takes in the battle character as a parameter. Func. And this is for like set unit as a battle character. Oh, and then we would what we would do is where all the unit manipulation goes. Okay. So we need to say health equals definition dot starting damage. Oh, starting health. Damage equals definition dot starting damage. I need to get the makes life easier and project easier to maintain in the long run. I see. So how would I add the mesh? Do I want to just take do the mesh? And just add the mesh on? And delete ugly? Or do we replace ugly with the mesh? Keeps all the rows of set like this. Code actually just spawns in the unit. There's a replace by function. I feel like sort my room out. So I need to get the mesh. As get ugly dot, there's a replace by, and then definition dot character scene. But it shouldn't be a pack scene. It needs to be a mesh. So definition you pass. Oh, okay. Dot mesh. But that's definition character dot scene. No mesh instance reference goes to the node. Oh, whoops. I did. Let's call this mesh. And let's call it debug instance. Why'd you do mesh.mesh? I changed it. Okay. Oh, my nose hurts now from the static. Huh. Now, in battle character, instead of having a pack scene here, we would want to have a exported mesh named model as mesh instance. Oops. Node exports only supported node derived classes. Huge. But huge butt. Like big butts in a cat. Dun, 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 dun. The mesh resources are done in workflow. And Godot sucks. Okay. This means that all needs to be a mesh, so no flexibility. Might be better off just spawning in the pack scene. So do the pack scene. On the character body. Okay, I know what I can do. I can do a node, then well, it won't let me do a mesh. It's saying that's not a resource. Pack scene can be anything though. Oh. Okay. Code Wonderland. Hello and welcome. Okay, dog. Howdy. Pierogi. Let's put meshes in the mesh instance 3Ds. They're different. Oh, you put meshes in mesh instance 3D. Rated right into ads. Yeah, awkward. Awkward. Okay, give me 1 moment though. While the ads are playing, I'll be right back real quick. Real quick. Awk. Let me do this. Boom. And then boom, boom. Real quick. Holy moly, it is so hot. So hot. Ugh. Anywho, sorry about that. Code, how you doing? Welcome in. What were you working on? Webcam on. Boop. There we go. So for reference, when I set up the modular system in Godot, I make all the same blend file and then import saves on individual mesh resources. Oh. Oh. That makes sense. How is it that I always manage to come in when ads are going? Well, CSLR. Probably can't hear me. but they go off every hour on the half hour. Bloop. All right, there we go. Whew. Did you get stung? No, I was just walking in circles. I had to move. Okay, so you put them all in one blend file. Doing well, we were finishing up third boss of our mobile game, Chicken Flight, today. It's a boss rush, infinite runner, similar to Cuphead's aerial battles. Ooh, dope. Sounds cool. Cool, we are working on a new game since the, go to the model in the file system. Where is that? Asset GLB? Yes, it's the assets GLB. Right here. And it's one of these. It was one of these. Doesn't really matter which one, because there's no characters. I think it was flag. Something like that. That doesn't look like the right flag. I think it was like, I don't know. Meshes tab? Oh, let me grab. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, we don't want a pennant though. We'll do this one. There we go. That's a good one. Meshes tab. And you're saying to save the mesh separately. Import window, meshes, yeah, like that. Oh, I need to actually save this. Okay. By the way, my subscription is expiring today or tomorrow. Has 1 day left. Oof. Rip, Tommy. Rip. All right, let's see. And then we need... Where is that? Battle character. So pack scene. And then we do this one. Quick load. But it's not a pack scene anymore. So you have all individual GLBs, it might be painful. Yeah. I don't know if GLBs are the play, but I guess so. It doesn't even, I can't even get the mesh instance. What? Do you want to load GLB or mesh? Whatever one makes the most sense. Change the type to mesh in battle character. Ah, there we go. Did you change the pack scene? Oh. I see, I see. Okay, we got a mesh. And then in our unit scene, we're replacing the mesh of the debug with our character scene. Let's rename this because that's just too big. Let's call it mesh instance. Debug instance, mesh, debug. I should keep it the same. Debug. Okay. Boom. It replaces it. Init model on row 6. Oh, because it's a model now, yeah. Okay, that's enough renaming. Whew. Covino, I need some advice. How do you stay motivated to stream every day and still find things to do on stream? Lately, I've only been streaming for about 2 hours every couple of weeks, even though I want to stream every day for around 4 hours, even when I'm working on a game during the stream. something I normally enjoy, I still find it boring and hard to stay engaged while streaming. Maybe, I mean, this might come off harsh, but maybe streaming isn't for you. There's, and that's like, that's okay. Because if you like streaming, you'll want to stream. Now it could be, certain parts could be discouraging and stuff, and that would be a different issue. But I would say, I mean, as long as you're still working, it doesn't really matter if you're streaming or not. I guess the question that you need to ask yourself is, why do you want to stream? And I'll spoil it for you now. If you want to stream to become famous or anything like that, streaming's not for you. Yeah, not sure if this is gonna work. I'm not either. That replaced by, where is it from? The node or Godot object? I don't know. This was just something North Pole was talking about, so I want to try it. I would not use it. All right. Equals mesh. Model. What? It's for nodes, not resources. Definition. Oh, shoot. You're right. Definition dot model. There we go. Yeah, if you're streaming for fun and it's not fun for you, then maybe streaming isn't the right way to go. True. You can make game dev friends just by hanging out in other folks' chats. True. Very true. For fun and maybe a few fellow game dev friends. Yeah, Bongo, I would say you don't need to... If it's not fun, then it's not fun. No need to push yourself to do it if you're not enjoying it, then you don't need to. If you still want to make content, I would even venture to say, start doing a YouTube channel. Start building up YouTube if you want. Or enemies. I'll be your enemy. I'm on Twitch to make enemies. Holy. Make enemies. All right, so we replace that. We set the health. We set the damage the model. What else are we missing? An enemy is just a friend you haven't brainwashed yet. Is that how that works? Now, make this work. Okay, so now in our scene, we don't do any of this. We say... That's exactly how that works. Good day, Hypnotic. So now we need to get the unit scene. Yeah. So we do export var unit scene as a packed unit scene, and then here we say var unit scene equals unit scene dot instantiate booty chess. Kind of like that, Savage. Whew. And then we need to do unit scene dot set, what was it called? Set unit. And set unit requires the battle character unit, and then shoot, this is the wrong thing. Wait, what the heck am I? Oh, this is... I see. Get the node for enemies. Node 3D. Do an on ready. Get enemies. Enemies node dot add child unit scene. Okay. Play. Nuts. I've moved slightly. I need to finish sorting my room. Otherwise, I won't be sleeping on my bed. But underneath my bed is this loft bed. I would suggest breaking it down to a singular spawn enemy function, single unit, and then if you spawn it... Oh, I see. And then... unit as a battle character. And then enemy units 0. No. Just leave it like that. That also didn't work. Because I didn't get the unit scene. Play. Invalid assignment of property key mesh with the value of unit type array mesh. Because the model is an array mesh. Yeah, the model is an array mesh, not a mesh. Huh. But also, like, don't I not ever want to do a mesh? Because, and the reason I wouldn't want to do a mesh is because eventually we would have, what do you call it? Why am I blanking? We would have animations and stuff on it, which would then make it not a mesh anymore. Or not just a mesh, I should say. And play this. So at that point, you pivot to a scene that has a unit model plus animator, nothing else. Right. Mesh with key value of type array mesh. And then you use replace by, right? Wait, change. And change to use that instead of a instance 3D. Model is nil. How is model? Oh, because we're instantiating it. Oop. It's a function in node. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Now it spawns. We didn't give it a position or anything, but it spawns. And we can't drag it because it's not, it's an enemy. But yeah, we'll have to change that away from being a mesh though, and into a node. Now a camera room. Dope. This also works when animator is added. No. That's the tough part. Is we would need to set it to a pack scene. And then with the pack scene, we would then take that. That's what I'm asking. Yeah. Replace by might work though. Once you have it as a node, and then you add it. Well, we didn't have to replace at that point. Okay. So now we need to get the grid positions. I think the next step is we do grid positions, and so that these guys snap to their grid positions. Oh, that's more of a visual. But we do need grid positions so the enemies can go into whatever layout they need to be. Yeah. This is basic stuff to get things working for now, but yeah, later when you have animated assets, you need to strip down. You'd use a strip down scene that has only model animator instead of a mesh instance, right? And what you would do is, or could you, instead of having model here, could you just take the unit scene and add child? I would assume that would work. Yeah. I'd probably even take it a step further, actually. Add another node 3D to it, call this rig, and then add child to the rig. That would make sense. Might see some scaling and stuff depending on the assets, yeah. Okay. Now we gotta make them fight. So on no rig, animator model, all would do the dedicated model containing scene. Wait, what? Animator model, all would go in a dedicated model containing scene. Think of it as only replacing the visuals of the unit. Yeah, isn't that what doing a rig is? So you add the node, you add a node 3D, and then you just add that scene to it right here. Yeah, you set up different scenes with the mesh and the animator, and then you, so I have to make them a separate scene instead. Okay. I can't just add the GLB in, is what you're saying. Yeah, I see. I see. Okay. Gotcha. Am I saying different things? You set up different scene with mesh in the animator and then just add them to the scene. What up, Ron Yoshi? Welcome in. You set up all different scenes with the mesh. No, that sounds right. You'd make it dedicated scenes so you can set up animator, test animators, and so on. Yeah. Okay. We need them to fight now. So we'll go into auto battler scene. And I have a state machine here. And what I want to do is I could say Man, this heat makes it hard to concentrate and think. We want to say to, I guess we need them to move. And then on top of moving, we're going to need them to... For unit for enemy in enemies node dot get children enemy dot velocity vector 3 0. This approach is fully functional to say do chess and other things like it. Allows you to flesh out a lot of the logic, how things will look with animations. Effects rarely affect the logic. I see. This is nice. Thank you for explaining. Yeah, absolutely. I know I'm not showing my enthusiasm right now. To tell you the truth, the heat is just sapping me right now. Absolutely sapping me. But I appreciate it, Monglo. Especially dealing with ripping your hair out while trying to explain it. Let's see. Pirate-themed AutoChess is a nice idea. Thank you, Savage. You're a nice idea. I'm enthusiastic for the both of us. Thank you, North Pole. Doing your job. How do I want to do moving? Let's think. How do we do moving? We want them to basically run at each other. Each character could have a class faction. You can mix and match set bonuses. Exactly, Savage. Exactly. We're taking some inspiration from TFT. But we're first, before we do this, because this is a little bit more complex, we're first doing single player. And so what that means is we basically erase this, and erase this, and we're just having them auto battle first. So you go against a pool of enemies, and that pool will be shared through the leaderboard, and they just auto fight. You don't play. You place them for once, and then you hit play, and see if you win. I mixed Dutch and English there. They should always auto battle. That's the point of AutoChess. Well, yeah, but eventually we might add. We were talking about adding in this mechanic, so it's more like you're playing TFT or Dota AutoChess type deal. So you're doing that instead, and you build up your crew here that cycles. What up, Coolio? That cycles through, unless you can refresh to cycle, and then you buy them with this, and then you do the things. That's the TFT way. But we're not there yet. We're not even close. So step 1, make them fight. Yeah, I played TFT many times. Ah. See, I played a little bit this morning to understand it. What would the classes factions be added? Wait, would the classes faction be added in the same unit resource? Yeah, they would. Like you would have a character, so you'd have the basic pirate, and he would be part of the scallywags or whatever. Or you would have one that's part of the dread pirates, or the whatever you want them to be. Yeah, you might have a sunken undead buccaneers or Iron Legion cannoneers. Yeah, you are a scallywag, Covino. Aw, thank you, North Pole. You're so nice today. I think that's a compliment. Is it? If you call someone a scallywag? Scallywag. A person who behaves badly. Oh. Wow. Wow. Unless you're not nice to me. I'm always nice. What do you mean? I am always nice. But classes and factions can mix and match, i.e. you have 3 Legion. Yeah, you get a bonus and all that. Exactly. Well, I spelled it incorrectly. That's true. Why no bot worky? Good, Vongo. Because, Vongo, you can't insult me. Your insults are like little flies hitting a screen. Going nowhere. Nowhere. All right, let's see. So, how do we get them to auto attack? What is the way? It worked for Mungla. That's harsh. Oh, because I still haven't fixed the thing that kills the database connection. Let's see. How does one move? I refuse to add a targeted. State stop moving, and then we want to say, actually, we should probably get them to spawn in the proper positions first. So in the unit here, it needs to have a base position. Are all your pieces moving in the same way? I don't know yet. Will they take turns? Your bot has insult. Savage, you ruined my beautiful pin. My beautiful pin. Will they take turns? Covino, these are important. Yes. So the way it works, or at least the way I'm thinking it works, is it turns into like a tabs type deal where they fight. They don't go hit for hit. They just fight. I think that's just more enjoyable to watch. They accidentally pinned so many messages, and so many of them were hilarious. Yeah, so with AutoChess, you place them at the start, and they all fight each other. They pick enemies based on their AI. Yeah, exactly. Let's do join the Jiggle Jam. Never. There we go. So what are you trying to do? We are trying to make them first spawn in a proper position. So how do we get... I mean, actually, what we would do is once you place them, you save their resource, and then you're chilling. So we need to say... global position equals definition dot starting position. That's a vector 3. And then I know, but Covino was starting in the state's move. Logic is important. Right. So the AutoChess, you place them at the start, and they all just fight each other. Yeah. Oh no. Oh yes, Vongo. Oh yes. So we need to figure out what their actual vectors are. What we could do is, I forgot, pencil leaks onto your hands. What now? You have a leaky pencil? And in your game, will they have grid-based movement? No. Sounds like you need A-star. Good luck with that. I ain't worried about no A-star. Easy. A-star grid though. The grid part, I'm not sure. What I was thinking, actually, ironic, is looking at no grid-based. I'm not thinking grid-based. What I was looking at is, this is how they do it in TFT. And so I was thinking, what if we just don't do the grid, and instead you just have a standard, you just have like a standard flat plane, and then we add, similar to what we did with the spots in the board game, we add, using a tool script, we'll add all the spots, and those will be the snap locations. So when you hover over the one you're closest to, it will snap to that and set its position. And then when the game starts, it unleashes. There's only a grid when you place them. Exactly. Only a grid when you place them. That's what I was thinking. I've only played AutoChess that had it. TFT is free. Would recommend. It's very confusing at first, though. You remind me of checking in on my bot. Some power issues yesterday. He was offline. Oh my, Camilos. Coming in hot with the knives, the gun. Let me know if you get it working. I'm gonna yoink it. What are you yoinking, Pierre? All right, so does this make sense? What I'm saying, where instead we do a flat plane, we say no grid map, we use a flat plane, and then we add our own little spots. Except we're going to use a square. Sure. I don't like that answer. Sure. That's one of those answers you give when it's like, oh, he is going to be so wrong, and I'm just going to let him suffer. Okay, so we're going to do delete the ground. Goodbye grid map. Let's just hide it for now. We'll hide it for now. Sure, it's your game. Well, that's true. It's our game. All of our game. But I'm more so thinking about what makes the most sense. What's the best way to go about this? I just use my face. Let's do grass, snow. Whoa. Oh, that's fancy. It's kind of like a deck of a pirate ship. We'll go with that. Bloop. And then 20. Oh, that was way too big. What was I thinking? 10? Sure. Wait, viewport? 2. Okay. Bring you down. Wait a second. There we go. I could make this bigger. Wait, what are you doing now? I'm making a new ground. No more grid map. What up, mid-sleeping? There we go, 15. That should be a hunky-dory, as they say. Boom. And then this needs a... Is the grid map easier to snap positions for placing? So, yes. But it's not easier for the A star. So instead, what we're going to do is we are going to take this floor. We're going to slap a collision shape on it. Static body child, tri-mesh, boom. Then what we're going to do with it is we are going to make a little spot. So it will be, basically, we're making our own grid. Like this. Make our own grid. And those would be our placements. Why not base A-star grid on the grid map grid? Is that a thing? Hide this, go here. Oopsies. Well, they're separate grids. So we have like a grid map here. Godot doesn't have gridded A-star. You need to make it if you're make it your one if you want. If to have a gridded A-star nav. Don't care. Use whatever, just like me. If you don't care. Use A-star, right? Never trying to implement this with my grid map nav mesh. Wait, what do you use, Pierre, for your grid? Because you have a nice grid setup where your grids highlight and all that. I use nav mesh rendered from the top, so enemies might be dumber than you think. Oh. But I guess in our instance, where there's nothing to dodge, like there's no, or smarter, they could just go to the longest distance possible to evade your turret. I don't think I've seen you in a yellow shirt before. You have, I just haven't worn this in a long, long time. Because I popped out of the shower, and then I like put on a nice shirt, and I was like, this is too nice of a shirt. I should probably save this for GodotCon or something. And so I just put on this crappy shirt. Yes, in separate thread if something changes. Huh. I've made in code that just that aligns with the grid map. You have to take it into account. 2D grid on top of a grid map. Okay, so if I go with the grid map, what is the better play though? Going with a grid map or going with a mesh that we then... Oop, that's not the right thing. A mesh that we then add our own little tiles to. I don't know what's better though. Because the benefit of the tiles is we could just change the visibility of them. And then we're chilling. And then when the game starts, the visibility of them goes away. So it sets to false. And then they activate their A-star nav. But with a grid, it's always a grid. And we would need to get the highlighted... Every time our mouse hovers over one of these, it needs to highlight. Mine uses attributes and reflection. Oh. All right, let's just do add unit. and then enemy dot global. Oh wait, it already has the. No, it doesn't. Spawn enemies. Adds the unit scene. What's the issue here? Placing unit or combat? We're figuring out how to set up combat. So what we have right now is a unit scene. Wait, and then which minigame is that? This isn't a minigame, Camilos. We're shelving that project for now while we figure out and test this new game. What was I saying? Sorry, my brain is stats, unit scene. Where'd it go? Basic pirate Trez. And then let's just set this to like 1, 1. Yeah. So what we got going right now is that it spawns an enemy in. There's our enemy right there. We can summon our own and we can place it. We don't care about the snapping right at this moment or the actual like picking the character up and jiggling them around. That's more of a juice type thing. But we do need to, howdy Cam, we do need to spawn them out like this. GodotCon tomorrow? No. GodotCon on Tuesday. Right? Thought it starts tomorrow. I don't think so. Nah, the workshops are tomorrow. The workshops. The actual one is Tuesday, May 6th. I don't have a ticket for the workshops. The workshops are like an extra 99 bucks. But looking at it, maybe I should have. How do you want this to look for combat? Any image reference? Yes. So the overall combat here is going to be... Howdy, Lupo. Is going to be TFT-like. So basically, they're going to... Unless they have a specific setting type deal, they're going to navigate around the grid. Oh, Cam with the resub. Holy moly. Appreciate that. Why am I doing this still? I mean, I don't know. Why are you doing this? I appreciate it though. Thank you. Whew. I'm on the finish. Oh wait, that was a tier 3 as well? Holy moly. Big dog came in swinging. Whew. The tier 3 sub. Man, oh man. Tier 3 for the last 3. Hey, we're here for it. We appreciate it. Thank you. You are one of the only. Cam is rich. Buy me one too. One of the few, the greats that now have lurk. Cam smells. The few, the great that has that beautiful golden anvil. Only available to 2 people in the world, myself and Cam. What is all this? I'm working on my master's all the freaking time, and I don't feel like I'm doing much progress. Went to NL, and I'm going to Denmark, Faroe Islands, and then bought tickets to Lisbon. Meantime, came back to the gym, started moving more, started calculating calories, fats, proteins, carbs. After that, I literally have no time for anything. All right, let's see. They will be after July. So we're trying to get the standard character movement. How do we do this? I assume what we need to do is we have a state for... Holy crap. I am sneezing like crazy. We have a state for the scene, or set of states. I don't actually think we want idle, moving, attacking, though. Gesundheit. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. So nice. No, you don't. What we want in the overall scene, I don't think you do. We do want states, though, in the scene. We want a prep phase and a battle phase. Maybe we don't yet. We don't want that yet, actually. Because we're keeping it simple at first. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Keep it simple first, where they're just going and they're auto battling. We're not doing any of the other phases or anything like that. Yeah. You just need to attack the target, move towards it. If you're not in attacking range, if your health is less than or equal to 0, you're dead. Yeah. 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 Remember, want to be done. Thesis defense in September. Ooh. Okay. So we probably want these actions on our unit scene then, because every unit is going to want this. Every unit. So we can have a... Really, we can just do a function for... Func attack target. We'll do that. We'll do an attack target function. And what it will do is... Oh, we should... How do we set the scenes, though? Do we want to do... groups, and then we just set one to group A, group B, or group 1 and 2? How do we label them as friend or foe if they're all sharing? Finish classes in June. I think we do want to do a group. And what we could do is set a... We can just do groups 1 and 2. We're not going to do enemies or anything like that, just so it doesn't get confusing. We'll do 2 groups. We'll get nodes in group, get the distance to the closest one, and move towards that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the play. All right, so we'll say battle group A. And we should probably make it global. And then battle group B, global. Turn that off. Better start working on it. Next year I have to finish mine by the end of June or else rip. Masters these days. Not me. Not me. So then we can say unit scene dot, just time my talk, and I'm at 6 minutes. I mean, you're about 1/5 of the way there. A little over 1/5 of the way. Need to talk very slowly. Oh no. Oh no. Just to expand upon what you're saying. Give some definitions. Maybe put in a scene on one of the slides. Monsiego. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes, so you can use to welcome people to the team. 6 minutes for the slides. I finished so far. I have more stuff. Oh, okay. You're chilling. You're chilling. Add to group. And we'll say battle group B. Boom. Yeah. Actually, maybe I should rename these groups and just have players versus non-players. I think that would be better. Rename to NPC group or bot group. Bot group. Rename player group. Bot group. Must admit that in our masters we only get a short time in the lab. We start in January, end of middle of June, and we have to write the thesis in whatever spare time we find after being in the lab. Ugh. Ugh. See, I would not want to write a thesis at all. Does not sound fun nor exciting. Okay, spawn enemies, check. On the button press, play button, unit summoned, and we can say, pirate dot add to group. What are you mastering? I am mastering Godot. Or whatever it is, when you ask someone what they're learning. Majoring? I think it's majoring, but mastering sounds cooler. Okay. And then in the unit scene, there we go. No you. Oh. But when you thesis, do the paper. Wait. But when you do the thesis right, you get a paper saying you've completed it. Yeah, but what's exciting about that? Oh boy, a piece of paper. I'm so excited. Don't know how it is in Belgium, but in comparison, from Poland and Netherlands, when you write the thesis, we have one preset, or present it before a committee, and then two, you have to ask questions. They ask you questions. They can either be about the thesis itself or about anything that you studied at uni. And that is crazy. That is stupid. In Netherlands, they only have to present it, no additional questions. Doing my thesis oriented towards structural biology. What is structural biology? Like how things are structured? Like the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. The endoplasmic reticulum will move the ribosomes across the cell. I should do move to target actually. Move to structural information about proteins. Oh, okay. Move to target, and then we need to say, we could do a random target. or get closest target. It's gonna probably be a vector. I'm just doing void for now. Get closest target. So we'll say, and this is in the unit scene. Okay. If self dot is in group player, let's do bot group. Ooh. All right, we have ads coming up. We're checking on the words. Boop. Heading to level 2. Something, something. Bada boom. Bada bang. And then when we come back, we are going to finish setting up the targets. They're going to move in. They're going to close in, and it's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. So good. I'll be right back though. I need water. Beep boop. Oh, man. It went everywhere. It all just everywhere. Explosion. Holy moly. Let's see. Boom. Did the wasps get you? Worse. Even worse. So I was filling up my water bottle as I do. And I was like, oh, it's that time of the day. Time to fill my water bottle up and then put some creatine powder in. I am so loopy, so out of it. Here's my wide mouth water bottle. I took the scooper and then went whoosh, just right onto the table, completely missed the bottle, white powder everywhere. So I had to take a card. I didn't actually use this card. I had to take a card and start swiping it up into a line. And then from the line, I had to like, whoop, scoop it back up. And oh, it was a mess. It was a mess. Except for the fact how dirty cities get. I don't understand how the Dutch can just not care so much. Yeah, you guys are a little gross sometimes. You were scooping white powder up with the card? I was. I was indeed. It was all over the table. It was bad. All right, let's turn these words off. Now, for the moment that we've all been waiting for, we're finally getting back to game dev. Woo, yay! Okay. Whew. What up, Mikrus? Get closest target. So, if self is in group, bot group, then we want to do for target in target in group is in group player group dot pick. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. He doesn't need to make a line for that beak. Look at him. He's the reason there's no air in space. Yikes. Yikes. And whole rivers and streets end up so much rubbish. For me and my friends, it's so weird to watch, but apart from that, I love it. We don't have that issue around where I am. We don't have the issue of hooligans that dump trash into rivers. Some rivers, but only King's Day. King's Day. And only in the Netherlands. Saying the Netherlands is dirty. That's what it seems like. If self is in group, bot group, then we want to get node in. Nope. I just want to get a random one that's in the same group. What about get tree? I don't like it either. It's disgusting. People lack respect for the very place they live in. Facts. Get nodes in group, player group, dot pick random. And then we say var target equals get random. Well, I could loop through it actually. Which arch are you using? Oh, you know, the I'm using the Windows version. The Windows version. That's the one. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Also, I'm very surprised at how I actually managed to clean all of the streets the next day. Activate Arch Linux. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's do, I guess, 4 target. So we do 4 target in then we say we need to do so basically what we're doing here is we're looping through the nodes and group player group, and we need to say 4, or well, we already did 4. We need to say self dot global position dot distance to target dot global position, and if distance 2 is greater than I should probably save this as an array, actually. Target var targets array as an array equals, and then we do this. Cut that, paste that, and then in targets array. Where did I use a tab and an indent? What? No, that's correct. Oh. And then if global's position is greater than global posit, this is a big one, position dot distance to, and then we need to say targets array target but that's the index idx plus 1, and then var idx 0. Oh, no. This is where we pop front. We don't want to do index, do we? We do an array, and then we want to basically, we have an array of characters. So of targets. T. Howdy, Ryan. How you doing? T. Like that. I'm a learns you, dog. I'm a learns you. What does that mean? All right, so we have the targets. And then what we want to do is we want to come through and say, is the our distance, so our global position is our distance to, let's just do global pose distance to, if it's less than or equal to, and then we have to loop through all of these and get which one is, so we need to compare these two, pop the one front if it's closer, then do these two pop front, those pop front if it is. So really, we do need an index. So we need to say if global position distance to the target is greater than or equal to the distance to target array index plus 1. So go to the next one. If the distance to is, I should do less than actually. If it's less than or equal to the distance to that one, then we say target, or actually it would be targets array idx plus 1 dot pop front idx start with the var closest equals target dot front. That would make sense. So, but we do need the index, right? What is global position? The character position? Global position is like a term for, yeah, the position within like the global space. And then set the closest target to the target if the closest is closer than the target. Okay, so let's do for target and targets array. We want to do var closest target equals, and we'll just do targets array 0 or targets array dot front. And then if global position dot distance to target dot global position is less than closest target dot global position target dot I would put the two distances into a variable. Yeehaw, howdy. What up, 12 feet? So you need to get 6 screen wide lines. Yeah, that's fair. So we need to do the var self distance. Like that. I mean, it's going to be the same though. Distance to closest, distance to target. Oh. So it would be distance to closest equals global position dot distance to, and then it'd be closest target dot global position, and then in the loop. But if we put it in the loop, then aren't we getting making this every time? You can always just break up lines using a backslash. Yeah, but it doesn't look good. In the loop. It's your loop. Do what you're comfortable with. So for target, in target's array, var distance to closest is the global position, distance to closest target dot global position. I should probably do this ahead of time. Kitten Mittens live. Kitten Mittens live. Make code work, then make code pretty. True. Kitten Mittens live. Is that Kitten Mittens games? Kitten Mittens games? Did you change your name? Or is this a different person? Oh, my back. Ugh. So, closest target. In the loop, we will make a closest target, which is the front of the array. Then, distance to closest, which would be the global position, distance to the closest target dot global position. And then if target, which we'll do distance to target equals global position dot distance to target dot global position. And then we do if distance to closest is greater than or equal to distance to target, we will continue. I should probably do it the other way, actually. So if distance to closest is... Yeah, wait, no. If it's greater than... If distance to closest... That's two vectors. That's right, though. If it's greater than the distance to the target, then we say targets array dot pop front target pop front. So if the distance, everything is wrong. Oh man. All right. Everything is. Is it everything? So first thing we do to get the closest target, we are checking if we are in the bot group. Then what we do is we get nodes in group called the targets array, and that gets everyone in the player group. We have an index, which is unnecessary. We then go for target in targets array. So that's everyone within the group. We say closest target is the front of the array. Distance to the closest is our global position dot distance to the closest target dot global position, so the front of the array. Distance to target is the global position distance to the target global position. And then if the distance to the target, actually, if the closest distance is greater than the distance to the target, we'll say if distance to target is less than or equal to distance to closest, then we set that target to the front. Or I can just do target pop front, actually. You can't pop front on a target. So then it is targets array pop front. Removes and returns the first element in the array. Push front. Adds an element at the beginning. So I need to push front. Tabs in to throw a wrench in the wheel of thoughts. So since you are on a grid, you might want distance and steps. We're thinking about not doing a grid. Targets array. That just returns the front element though. So we need to... Why pop front on the array? We don't want to pop. We basically want to move the target to now be the front of the array. So target equals targets array 0. That just sets it. That completely overwrites the other target though. Which probably would be fine. I have a very short distance when I use steps. Interesting. Too far and I get tired. Yikes. Move closest out of the loop and then set closest if it's less. Closest gets out of the loop. And if it's less, then closest target equals target. Huh. But it makes you roll better. Yes. And then after this loop, we want to return closest target. And we are going to return a character body. Yeah. But I need to break this up one more time because I need to specify what group we're looking for. Because this is on the base unit. Well, this is on the base unit. The base unit doesn't have a friendly yet. So that's fine, actually. We didn't make the friendlies move. So move to target. What we'll say is let's just do let's just tween it real quick just to see. Just to see if it works. Tween property self, and then we'll say global position, and then the final value is going to be get closest target dot global position over 2 seconds. And then what we'll say is again, just to test it, we'll say func ready get tree create timer. We'll set it to 3 seconds. Dot timeout. Oh wait. And then print moving. And then move to target. Let's give that a go. Cool. So it works until you move it, of course, because it's not in the physics process. Sweet. We summon it. 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, that was a summon. That wasn't a bot. Because we're only putting in one bot. Okay. Okay. Let's do that one more time. Oh, I went too fast. Okay, cool. That works. So now we want to do back to our unit scene. Delete this. And we need to set the states. So these unit scenes need to have, probably we want states in them. I would think so. So in that way, they don't just immediately start. Instead, when the game starts, we send a signal. Signal swaps the state to attacking, and then it will run the physics process for doing all of that. Or, better yet, we don't need a state, and we could just do a physics process, set the physics process to false until you start the game. Once you start the game, flip the physics process back on, and then they automatically do their thing. Let's do the physics process first. That's probably the quickest method and simplest method. Physics process. And we'll say, we should also do this in ready. Set that false, and then we say we want to do a var direction equals move to target. Actually, move to target is just the tween. We don't need that anymore. Get closest target. Get closest target dot global position. And then we say if direction, so if there is one, then we want to do velocity dot x equals direction. Actually, lerp direction. What's this mini game? This isn't a mini game, Cam. This is a completely different game. Direction. Oh wait, oops. From our global position to direction.x times acceleration, and we need a speed. Const speed as a float equal to 5. Const acceleration. The reason is because doing the multiplayer, although I could do it, yes, it's more about it was well above my skill set. And so really it came down to, do we make a crappy multiplayer game that will take 2 years to complete? Or do we send a couple more single player games with maybe a little bit of multiplayer functionality, or at least have the ability to make them more multiplayer instead? And that would take more on the lines of a couple months. Knock on wood. That's kind of the thought process. So yeah, that's why. Velocity.z lerp global position z direction dot z times speed acceleration, else velocity dot x equals move toward let's see, need a vector or a float? Wait, actually, this needs to be velocity. There we go. To 0.0. Oh. Move and slide. All right, let's see if that works. Finish the last word in the following manner: pop, popsicle, ice, icicle. Test. I'm not sure what the last one would be. Yeah. Not sure. Save. Unit. And then we do Mikus' favorite mom's favorite flavor popsicle. Probably. Okay. Now on game start, auto battle scene, spawn enemies. Then after we spawn them, we're gonna get, or actually we're going to await get tree, create timer for 5 seconds, dot timeout. And then we do get tree dot nodes in group bot group dot set. Oh, actually, let's do 3 seconds, and then we say var bot group and then for bot in bot group bot dot set physics process true. All right, play. Timer get freed after it's over. Oopsies. That's because I didn't have any. No, the timer's it's a built-in tree timer. All right. It's because I was yanking it. That wasn't supposed to happen. Let's set it to 5 seconds. If you weren't a mod, I would beat you up. Mikrews. Usually when someone says that they're gonna beat someone up, it's usually what is it called? Chihuahua syndrome? Maybe that's the nice way to put it. Little man syndrome. Well, that too. Well, 12 years of MA would help. Sometimes. You'd be surprised. Grim Treks. By the way, I changed the game I was working on. And going to be only up type game. But you're drunk. As you make your way up and run out of energy, you need to drink more. Makes you sway and dizzy. It's going to be a fun rage. Absolutely. A little more funny. That sounds pretty good. I like that. What are you doing now? I am setting up the bots to auto charge at us, basically. That was so quick, I didn't even see it. Holy moly. Kids these days. Vault, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Boom. All right, let's see here. Somerville represent. Are you in Somerville right now, JD? We're gonna dox you. Hey folks, go to Somerville. Somerville? Wait, you're already in Somerville? Are you going to the whatchamacallits? I am. Are you going to the things tomorrow? Or are you just chilling for a day? Cause I'm not going to the I couldn't get myself to go to the workshops. It's too much money. And when I went to buy the tickets, there were no workshops yet. Why does this do it? Possibly, what things? Oh, if it's possibly, then probably not. So they have on Monday, which is tomorrow, they have the workshops. And the workshops you have to buy a separate ticket for. No workshops, I'll be at social things. So that starts Tuesday. Yeah. All right. Boom. Oh, wait. I want that up. Fastest bands in the West. Indeed. Get tree create timer dot timeout. Yeah, it coming. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, as they say. Indeed. I think the problem is in the functionality. Gets agitated very quickly. Yesterday as well. Listen, it's just kids when they're young. They tend to be a little bit more emotional. But yeah. Yeah, LERP might not be the play. So sophisticated. It's sad. He's a kid. He's a little kid. They have silly senses of humor. Instead, use velocity move toward to give it a velocity. We could do move toward. We might even do a LERP angle, right? I bet a lerp angle would be good. I want to try that because I don't typically like move towards for moving forward. Oops, 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 oops. Undo that. Let's try it out. You're going the wrong way, buddy. You're going the wrong way. Okay. We need to do... Check this out. Ironic would be so proud right now about what I'm about to do. I'm adding a button. And then I'm going to put it here. Center it. And I'm going to go inspector. And then, Covino, have you tried reversing the direction? Not yet. Not yet. Do something like that. A little layout, little transform. Yeah, we're going to probably do like a 110 by 50. Something basic here. Save that. And then debug button. Signal. And please don't just reverse it and actually figure it out. Oh, I'm joking. Oh. Ha ha ha. You're such a silly prankster. You know that? Ha ha. Spawn enemies. Enemy unit. Enemy. There we go. Check this out. You made it French. It ran away from battle. I think the heat is getting to Covino's brain. It most certainly is. I am actually dying. I mean, I told you guys, I missed my water bottle. Missed it. Completely. Like how? How does that happen? Oh, now it's coming. You're going a little bit the wrong way. Let's do this. Okay. Oh! He turned. Oh, and he ran away. Summon a new one. Here we go. Any minute now. Any minute. It's gonna work. Any minute. Okay, it's not gonna work. I missed one call. Ah, I need to set its... I didn't do this. Don't need to press play again? No, Yuri. So we set it up. This is called professional game dev debugging. So what you do is you make another button, right? And this other, okay, I don't know how you're doing that. You make another button, and the button will just respawn the character. They're not even getting close. Huh. Why are they not even getting close? Unit scene. Add to bot group. Ah, know why? These guys. They're not in the player group. That's why. Now it's gonna work. First try. Check the debugger output. Something's going on. You were... Oh, it's running away. It's running away. Just Covino, or was there more to the story? What do you mean? Since the lerp is in physics process, it's going to be called every frame, and it's going to move. Yes. I didn't follow what you were doing. New Covino lore? What? What's the new Covino lore? Your direction, speed, movement is off for sure. I bet I set up the movement wrong. So I did a lerp angle. And that should not be... I think I need to do starting direction. Don't I? No, no, no. Uh-oh. I think I need to do stop breaking apart vector 3s. What? Physics are going to be wonkier than manual delta tweening in process. Covino IRAD dev was live, but I had to go in like 5 minutes of his live. Now he's dead, so I think you did it. I did no such thing. First off, row 15, that is not a direction. That's a good point. I don't know how lerp angle works. Never use it. I don't remember. I used it before. I've used to use it before. Direction. What is the direction? That's the first problem. So this is the global position. We need a direction 2 maybe. And that would give us a direction. So global position dot direction 2. Boom. Sounds good, Oxy. Enjoy yourself. Then you have the direction. Boom. Now let's try it. Play. Here we go. You're going the wrong way. Now make sure it's normalized. Ooh. Unit scene. The direction needs to be normalized, right? Direction 2 normalizes. Oh, it does already normalize. Oh my god, I quit this data set. It has so many inconsistencies. Welcome to programming. Not always, but in this case, it needs it since it would be on the basis. Wolfric said hi. Oh. Why didn't Wolfric say hi by himself? On his own? Why did he go through ULT to say hi? Is this one of those things where Wolfric is no longer talking to me and so then has to talk through you as a medium? Yeah, I know, but it's just too late to start this. Maybe direction returns normalized value. Go back to that code. Bloop. I'm pretty sure it does. Let's give the velocity direction times speed. That's what I'm doing. Direction times speed. Speaking of it being too late, good night, everyone. Good night, North Pole. Sleep well. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Covino, you're doing great. Shut up, Brainoid. No, I'm not. Don't lie. Don't break it apart. Wait, don't break it apart? So just have one velocity? So we say velocity equals lerp angle from velocity to direction times speed over acceleration. What? Oh. Lerp.
The YouTube music app has the power to sense what
Let's give that a go.
From the moment you open the app. It's almost like it can read your mind. That's what I was going to say.
Boom. Oh, he gets... Oh. 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 Oh, wait. Will he? Oh, it does! He goes to the closest! Summon another one. The secret ads, yeah. Wait. What? Oh! What? There we go. Yeah, don't lerp it. What? What do you mean don't lerp it? Lerps look good. Am I nuts? Smash that all and commit. Smash that add all and commit. You don't have to comment that. I have to comment that. Lerp until it's close enough. Yeah, well, we need to stop at a position. We didn't get there yet. We were just doing the movement. All right, we'll put it here. Boom. Deuce T. What is today's date? Oh, it's May the 4th be with you. And also with you. Almost shipped it here, then remembered to lerp. Alright. What's that? Wing Poo? Wing Poo for May 2025. Whew. Non-Star Wars fans are not allowed to talk about May 4th. That's very gatekeeper of you, Savage. Very, very un-feng shui of you, if you will. Nah, put it above any lerp code. Got you. I'm not gonna put it in my physics process, though. We'll put it above the physics process. No, it isn't. I got called a nerd for years for this privilege. Nerd. What a nerd. Getting called a nerd, imagine. Imagine working in tech and being called a nerd. Such a nerd thing to do. I know Star Wars. You got yogurt. Use the Schwartz. Pretty good. What does May the 4th be with you have anything to do with Star Wars? It's not the Force. I was always Sec Ops though, so they never said it to my face. Oh. So now we gotta do velocity is missing the delta. I mean, yeah. What do we just times delta at the end? Lerp will just adjust the current velocity to the target velocity, which seems like acceleration, but it's very janky. Oh, it's janky. Add acceleration. Wait, so acceleration times delta? Is this a joke or your brain cells started dying? Acceleration times delta, I guess. I don't think we would want to. I feel like that's not right. Yeah, no, that makes him overshoot it. See, now he's like going back and forth. Gotta give acceleration a bigger value. Yeah. The overshooting is normal? I've never seen it overshoot like that. You need delta somehow, otherwise it becomes frame dependent. You don't want that. Let's do 3.5. Since it's a steering mechanic. Okay. That makes sense. We don't want it to become frame dependent. I mean, that's fine. Even if it offshoots a little bit, I think that's okay, because let's do the magic number. If it offshoots a little bit, I think that's fine, because we're gonna make him stop anyways. You have to start implementing a braking instead of acceleration. Well, we have braking, but he doesn't, there's no spot for him to start braking yet. All right, that's fine. That's a-okay. Boom. All right, we got that working. I would not spend time on acceleration and braking. Make him move, fix velocity for now. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna, remember, this is getting scrapped, and we're starting from scratch again. We got ads playing, though. We're gonna chuck up the words real quick to level 3. Level 3, yippee. Bada bing, bada boom. Continue. Here we go. Be more concerned where it ends up. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back real quick, and then we will get the characters, our characters, to also go towards the closest target. Yeah. Yeah. Beep boop. I've returned. Oh my god, Covino's back. Wow. There we go. Man, oh man. Wow, it's Covino. In the flesh. In the flesh. That is me. Man, oh man. All right, let me turn off autopilot here. Bloop, blop, bleep, blop, blue. Yup. Bow, 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 bow. Why? Let's get rest of these daggone words going. Do that. All right. Ooh, Matt Chirpy, how you doing? Welcome in. We lost. Awkward. I was looking at my other screen. Not the words, but I was doing other stuff. Never mind. Never mind. All right, let's turn these words off. There we go. So we got the movement now. We're moving and grooving. We're gonna want to do the pirates as well. But based on what Munglo was saying with this new unit scene thing, really this unit scene should also be the friendlies. Also should be. Doing good? How's it going? I am dying. I am so hot right now. It is absurd. My brain is overheating. My body's overheating. But we push on. It's all good. We got a little bit of movement. A little bit of movement. Do you know what unit you spawn in? Yeah. I mean, we would... So basically, we would take this base unit scene. And then... Covino, you're doing great. Brainoid, don't lie. Don't lie. All we got was some dang little characters moving. We didn't get enough done. We need to get more. More. So the faction would be set in the spawn code, really. In the spawn code. Would it not be... Yeah, we would have, like, instead of spawn enemies, I would do, like, spawn friendly or whatever. Get the array and all that. For me, it's a good advancement. Maybe. You spawn a unit. You want spawn and code to handle all spawns. What would be actually really useful is if we connect it to the main game. So the idea here is you save up some resources. And then we go to the market and we purchase a pirate. That should then give us a pirate. We go to battle, we summon it, place it, and then we would hit play, and then it goes. That means when spawning, you would also declare whose unit it is. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Oop. It's getting there, though. Summon another bot. Because I want to see if I can... No, it's pretty okay. Do we really... Do we need A-star? I don't think we actually do. Because they collide. I mean, they look a little slidey, but... Then we would go collect more. Summon some ships. Go research. And that means when spawning, it would also declare whose unit it is. Go to the market. Purchase. Go to battle. We would have, for each one that we purchase, we would have to have a button. That's because it started without... Let me set up the play button, actually. That would fix all of this. This. And cut that. delete that. And then under play button pressed, boom. We wouldn't even need the await. Boom, boom, bang, super smart. Summon something, here we are. Hit play, starts moving. Beautiful. Summon bot. Cool. Think of it this way. You can make a spawn function for every specific unit you possibly spawn in, and for the specific faction they belong to, which would be maximum stupid, agreed, bloated, and unmaintainable. Now what would be the opposite? A single spawn unity function that handles all unit spawns. So if it works, it always works. That's true. So if one is worst case scenario, the opposite must be the best solution, right? I think so. Appreciate the alert, Cam. So I guess we hook it up. On pirate button pressed. I forgot. What did you forget? I forgot to lurk out. Ah, I see. So we want to do... This is in the interface. I don't think we want this here. We should move this. And put the spawning in the battle scene. That would make more sense. Wait. This is the battle scene. Never mind. I'm stupid. Silly goose. Alright. Unit summoned, connect. Summoned units, append, unit. What the heck are you? Summoned units is an array of character bodies. We're going to call these friendly units. Just so we can understand it a little bit more. And then what we say is spawn units. We need to say if unit is in enemy units, if unit in enemy units, yeah, if in enemy units, else unit scene, add to group player. What the heck did I make the group name? Player group. Save. That should work, right? I think so. Problem though. When you hook things up to make it work and run into some situations down the line where you have to bite the bullet and refactor things, make it work, parts of the project that didn't exist for the first time around, usually it's better to do those refactors as soon as possible, just to know, just know it will happen. Yeah, absolutely. One big thing though is our friendly units. And specifically, wait, basic pirate, but that doesn't add what we think it adds. Now, does it? Basic pirate Trez. This adds just a mesh. So what we could do is we could add draggable to the unit. But we would have to, if we do that, so add to group, player group, and then we'd also have to add to the unit scene let's do this. This needs to be added to enemies. Let's do another node. Node Bode. Node 3D. Friendlies. Move that down. Got some work done too, but I'm lurking. Sounds good, Mad Chirpy. Ready var friendlies node as a node 3D. Get friendlies. Save. Friendlies node. Add child unit scene. And then we also need to add a draggable to it. Draggable has the scripts that we need, and there's really no other scripts in here necessary. So we can do we could export var draggable, actually drag scene as draggable. I don't think that'll work like that. Yeah, no. As packed scene, quick load, draggable. You can always remove disable add when units set itself up with the definition. Right, that's what I'm doing. I'm adding a drag scene. Unless I put it baseline in there. Let's do var draggable equals. So basic unit should contain all things unit. Right, but depending on if they're friendly or not friendly, will tell us if they need a draggable scene. So if it's not a friendly scene, then we don't want to add draggable to it. Right? Yeah, but draggable can be enabled and disabled. That's true, actually. Yeah, so maybe we do want it by default draggable, and then we just remove it if it's not a player. Let's go here and do draggable. Add the collision shape. Make it a box. Zoop it up. Zoop it over. Go to here. Go to there. Boom. Again, the base unit scene takes more work, but you get it. You back on the other end when you add more units. Yeah. No, I definitely can see how this is going to be more beneficial in the future. I definitely am seeing that. There we go. If it can handle all units, enemies, player owned, and so on, it just works. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do a export var draggable as a draggable. Boom. And then we could just do it in the ready actually, and just say, if is in group, bot group, draggable dot queue free. Boom. Easy as that. First we need to also go to our, here's our spawn units, debug. Where are you attached? Summon pirate pressed. Okay, that's on the UI. And I don't think I want this on the UI. And we don't need this anymore. Don't need any of this actually. Should I put, what is better practice? Put the buttons on the UI or on the scene? Probably buttons to UI, right? Do it to the scene for now. And then spawn units, friendly units. And then let's export you. Covino wearing yellow. How odd. Yeah, I just threw on a random shirt today. I was like, this is a clean shirt. There we go. Because of course there's 1,000 different ways it can be done. This is a way that I like, kind of helps me organize the code where it belongs and really helps things grow more complex. If you can push out some of the bloat code, like how unit applies the definition, not sure how much you are on board with that, but seems you understand what I've been getting at least. Yeah, absolutely. I'm starting to. Yeah, Cam, she actually if you look up in the messages, she goes, "Oh, I think Cam's coming soon. I'm gonna head out." Better luck next time, buddy. Ooh. 'Cause that's not a thing anymore. Let's just delete the whole ready. Oops. Okay, so now nothing should happen. We summon. Oh! Oh, because I didn't set the... My collisions are wrong. Unit scene. Draggable. Collision. No, wait, that's right. Ah, nuts. Why is it breaking? 1, 2. Unit scene. 1, 2. Oi, she said nothing about me. How dare you? Made you look. Haha, got him. Get wrecked, nerd. Collision. Ah. I think a unit is supposed to be on masking layer 2, yeah. Unit should be on layer 2. This is why it's hard to love you. You know, you can just slash user, right? Then people don't know you're stalking them. That's true. Alright, so we summon a bot, and then we hit play, and it all breaks. Dope. Why? Global invalid to access property key global position on a base object of type nil. Oh, because this is the player character now. Yeah. So I need to actually go into here. And then we need to do... I don't want to do a copy of this. So instead, I could throw an argument in here. And I can say group as a string. Group. Save. And then get nodes in group. Player group. So we want self group. And then we want target group. And then this will be target group. Now unit needs to have some states. True. We're gonna get to the states, I think, but so then we want to do var direction, closest target, and then we need to give self group. Ooh. So if is don't need to know who asks for closest target. Well, we do. Get nodes in group, target group. Like who in ground enemies is closest to world position? But ground group. So how would you do that? I would think you would need to do... Maybe groups isn't the way? Because I was going to do... 2 vars. So var own group as a string. Var enemy group as a string. And then say if is in group bot group, then own group equals bot group, and then enemy group equals player group, else own equals player group. Just make sure this works first. Enemy group bot group. And then here we would do own group enemy group. Like that. Just pass in world position and measure distance from position to units in picked group. Ah. Activate Windows. Go to settings to activate Windows. Justice. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. I wish it did. I wish it did. If it was that easy, I would have done it by now. But yeah. I appreciate the help, though. I do. That didn't work. Why did that not work? Direction was still null. Appreciate the lurk cam. Own group, enemy group. Get closest. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, get closest target. Own group, enemy group. Own group. So you basically ask the current board which unit is closest to a point. Right, but how does it know if it's a friendly or not? Player group? Bot group. Yeah, that's right. So how is direction null? That's the most generic function that can have a multitude of uses later. Wait, what the heck? Why can't I move all of them? Why am I moving all of them? Uh-oh. That's why. Hang on. Summon bot. Enemy units. Add to group. Bot scene. Enemy nodes add. Add child unit scene. I did that though. In the unit scene, on ready, if is in group, bot group. Self is in group, bot group. Summon. Summon. Remote. Oh, they're both in enemies now. None of them are in friendlies. Huh? One says friendlies. Battle character. Friendly units. Let's do an elif. Unit in friendly units. Never used the groups, so don't know if there's anything special with it. Huh. Friendly, enemy. There they are. I mean, I could do instead of using groups, could do a Boolean. Spawn units. So on debug button pressed, it spawns from the enemy unit. Spawn units, takes in unit battle character, and instantiates the scene. Unit scene, set unit. That's within the scene. Unit scene, set unit. And that sets the health, the mesh, the global position. If unit in enemy units set group before adding to the tree. Yeah, what's happening is it's this. Because I think unit is technically in both. Right? Because they're both the same thing. Again, I would change that method. So its name reflects its spawn. It spawns one unit. Okay. Then pass in unit definition faction. Okay. You can use that method to spawn enemy units or player units. That's a good idea. So you're saying, breaking it down, you're saying no more, don't get rid of the groups and instead use something else. Okay. Shoot. Okay. In that case, instead where you call spawn unit, you should know what you want to spawn. Oh, so you're saying like as an argument, we would say spawn unit and then whether it's a friendly definition enemy. Yeah, okay. I see. To do chain or argument for enemy friendly save. But what we got to do is we got to call it here. So, alrighty, folks, we are calling it here today. I need to get eaten, and I also got a lot of testing to do for IRL. There might be a flicker of the stream turning on later tonight. Don't worry about it. It's just me testing my equipment again for Godot Con. Should take a location possibly later down. Yeah, later on we're gonna set the position and all that and get that going. But we're heading out to another Godot user. Is Godot Con tomorrow? It technically starts tomorrow, but I'm not streaming until Tuesday. Or like streaming Godot Con until Tuesday. Tomorrow we're gonna hit up the rest of the things. For those who don't know, we stream every single day. Every single day. Be sure, if you're not already, join the Jiggle Jam. Join the Jiggle Jam. And I will catch... Oh, by the way, raid message. Spam the emotes if you got them. Little team emotes right there. Put some anvils. And then say, Jiggle Jam. Like that. There we go. All right, I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a great one. Adios. Boop. All right, let me flip this over. And then...
Good day. You
There we go.
Dunce.
Bye, YouTube.
What's up?